Hello, everyone. Welcome to the May 12th, 2025 City Council meeting. Roll call, please, Brian.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Mayer.
Here.
Councilmember Nomura.
Here.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Here.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Here. Okay. Next item on our agenda is the closed session, which, as long as the council is okay, we will move to the end of the agenda to ensure everyone has the opportunity for public comment. Looks like everyone is in agreement. Great. We will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to the next item on our agenda are introductions, proclamations, and presentations. And we will start with the proclamation designating May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Carpinteria. I will move forward and open up public comment. I don't have any slips. Is there anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to I move to adopt the proclamation designating May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
And I'll second that.
Excellent. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. We will now move forward with reading the proclamation, and we'll start with Councilmember Mayer.
Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a time to recognize the significant contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, AAPI, who serve as leaders in business, government, law, education, science, athletics, the art, and many other fields, and to acknowledge the challenges, including discrimination and violence, that the AAPI community has faced and continues to face in the pursuit of equity and inclusion, and
Whereas in 1978, a joint congressional resolution established Asian Pacific American Heritage Week to commemorate two historical milestones in Asian Pacific American history: the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the United States on May 7th, 1843, and the contributions of Chinese workers to the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad, completed on May 10th, 1869, and
Whereas generations of brave women and men made the journey across the Pacific Ocean in search of better lives and opportunities for their families, and in doing so contributed significantly to the economic prosperity and cultural fabric of communities across California and the United States, and
Whereas according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the AAPI community is 6.4% of Santa Barbara County's population, and
Whereas Carpinteria's history is deeply connected to the Asian American families who were instrumental in the early development of agriculture in the Carpinteria Valley and who played a vital role in the founding and growth of the Carpinteria community.
Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Carpinteria hereby declares the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Carpinteria, and calls upon all residents to join in honoring and recognizing the rich heritage history and ongoing contributions of the AAPI community. And now I'd like to invite Vin Perez to share a few words.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Alarcon, Vice Mayor Solorzano, Councilman Clark, Councilwoman Mayor, Councilman Nomura. What an honor it is today to be receiving this proclamation recognizing AAPI for the month of May. My name is Vin Bennett. I am a first-generation Filipino-American who was born and raised in New Jersey. My mother immigrated from the Philippines through a nursing program. My father was an Army dentist stationed in Germany before marrying my mother and moving to New Jersey. I moved to California in 1992 to pursue a master's in early childhood special education. I met my husband in grad school. We have one son who happens to be the system admin at the Carpinteria Art Center. We moved to Carpinteria in 2018 and began volunteering at various local organizations in town. We have found this community to be welcoming and inclusive. I'm also a member of the Santa Barbara AAPI Solidarity Network, who expanded their membership to Carpinteria in 2024. Our group, for now, consists of Filipino, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese members. We are dedicated to bringing awareness to the history and contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. It is my hope that this AAPI group will continue to grow and play an active role in supporting the Carpinteria community. As we celebrate AAPI this month, we are cognizant of the struggles and accomplishments of our ancestors before us, and we are grateful for all the opportunities ahead of us. Thank you.
And Ben, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask if you'd like to take a photo with us, so come on up, and please invite, anyone else you'd like.
Okay, we're gonna take 1, 2, 3 with this, and stay where you are. We'll do 1, 2, 3.
Would it be okay if I said a few comments real quick?
Thank you. I would also like to thank the city for this recognition. I am the president of the Santa Barbara JCL, Japanese American Citizens League. My parents migrated to California following the internment of Japanese during World War II. So this actually strikes me personally as a great gesture. So thank you very much, Carpinteria.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item number 3, which is a proclamation designating May 18th through the 24th, 2025, as National Public Works Week in the city of Carpinteria. I will go ahead and open up public comment. I don't have any slips. Anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to adopt the proclamation designating May 18th through 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in the city of Carpinteria.
Second.
Excellent. We have a first and a second. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Great. We will read the proclamation and start with Councilmember Mayor.
Whereas National Public Works Week is an annual observance to celebrate the tens of thousands of individuals who work on public works, including infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities and support health, safety, and quality of life all across North America. And
Whereas public works could not be provided without the commitment, dedication, and technical expertise of the public works personnel employed at all levels of government and the private sector to plan, design, construct, operate, and maintain the nation's transportation infrastructure, public facilities, public spaces, public services, public resources and conservation, and fleet and equipment, and
Whereas in 1960, the United States Senate adopted a resolution affirming the first National Public Works Week, and
Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed the Presidential Proclamation of National Public Works Week, and
Whereas in 2003, President George W. Bush defined through Homeland Security Presidential Directive 8 the term of first responder to also include public works personnel, and
whereas, as first responders in accordance with HSPD 8, public works personnel are among those responsible for the protection and preservation of life, property, evidence, and environment during those critical early stages of incident response, and
whereas in November 2017, the Board of Directors of the American Public Works Association passed a motion to launch a campaign to promote public works personnel as first responders and approved the adoption of the Public Works First Responder symbol as shown herein. And there's a picture of the Public Works First Responder symbol. And
whereas on May 11th, 2020, the Carpinteria City Council designated the Public Works First Responder symbol, as shown herein, as a permanent official City of Carpinteria symbol for city public works personnel in acknowledgement of their duties as a first responder to be affixed to city public works personnel uniforms, vehicles, and equipment, and
whereas in first responders, city public works personnel were called upon to respond to emergencies including the COVID-19 pandemic and winter storms, and
whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th anniversary of National Public Works Week and is sponsored by the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association, and
whereas it is in the public interest for the Carpinteria community to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works.
now therefore be it proclaimed, the Carpinteria City Council does hereby designate the week of May 18th through May 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in the city of Carpinteria. And I'd now like to ask John to share a few words. and receive the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. As you know, I'm pretty passionate about public works, and I had also invited a couple of city staff members, a couple of Public Works Department over. Come on over, bring over our proud flag. We're gonna do this for a photo op. But yes, thank you again on that. So what's before you, there's always a theme, an annual theme set up by the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association. And this year's theme is about people, purpose, and presence. So what does that mean? The theme reflects the core values that drive public works professionals, which is serving people, fulfilling a sense of purpose, and maintaining a steady presence in our daily lives, often behind the scenes. So we also support our other first responder partners, like your fire department, your law enforcement, as well as our code compliance division. So we, as public works professionals, we're that behind the scenes folks that support in any first response. And again, on behalf of the city staff, Public Works Department, thank you for proclaiming National Public Works Week.
Well, we'd love to present you with the proclamation and opportunity for a photo op.
Yes, all right.
Okay. That looks great. 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Again, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Also, in the National Public Works Week, we will have a video that will show the daily routine or daily tasks, assignments that Public Works Department does. And that should be coming out next week. And I'd like to thank in advance Leah Boyd and Julissa Briones for helping produce that video. So that video will be available online in our city website. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is fiscal year 2024-2025 Community Services Support Grants recipients, reports by Girls Inc. of Carpinteria, Boys and Girls Club of Carpinteria Valley, and Carpinteria Children's Project. Yes.
And with that, I am the president of the Carpinteria Boys and Girls Club Foundation, and for consistency and for public perception, I would be recusing myself due to potential conflict of interest. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. I'd be happy to go ahead and open up public comment, or unless staff would like to share their report.
Yeah,
first.
well, thank you, Mayor. Ryan Kins, Assistant City Manager. I'm excited to introduce Ryan Benson, our management analyst, who will start us off and bring up our presenters.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As part of the FY 24-25 budget approval, the City Council awarded CSSG Community Service Grant funds to help local nonprofits help the people of Carpinteria. Tonight we'll hear from Girls Inc., Boys and Girls, and the Carp Children's Project. So we'll begin with a talk and a video from the Girls Inc. of Carpinteria Executive Director Taylor Collins. So Jamie Collins, sorry, thank you.
Am I? Okay, I'm good. Hello, good evening. So we have a short video because originally we didn't think we were going to be here during the presentation, so you get the best of both worlds. But I also just want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for this longstanding partnership between the city and Girls Inc. of Carpinteria. The funds that we receive through the Community Services Grant are absolutely vital to our work as the broader landscape of youth development and community needs continue to evolve. Having the city invest in our programs allows us to invest back into the city. By piloting new initiatives, serving as thought partners, and responding to community needs in a way we never imagined a decade ago. This funding also helps us remain nimble and creative and responsive, and that flexibility is what allows us to deepen our impact. Your investment through the Community Services Grant isn't just financial support, it's a vote of confidence in our mission, in our team, and in the children and families we serve every single day. It helps us meet immediate needs while also planning boldly for the future. Whether it's making sure a working parent has a safe, enriching care for her child, or helping local families put food on the table, your support strengthens our safety net in the community. We know that resilience isn't built in a moment, but it's built over time through sustained partnerships, and we're deeply grateful for that. To date, Girls Inc. of Carpinteria has served over 300 youth this year, 135 who identify as male, participating in our community-based programs. We've also welcomed more than 350 youth and adults in our monthly community engagement nights, gathering that brings our Carpinteria neighbors together for a shared meal and family-friendly activities centered around our mission of inspiring girls to be strong, smart, and bold. So thank you for continuing to invest in our future leaders. We'll let the video play. For more than 50 years, Girls Inc. of Carpinteria and the City of Carpinteria have shared a deep and meaningful partnership, a relationship rooted in a shared vision for a stronger, healthier, and more connected community. It began with a bold and beautiful collaboration to purchase and develop what we now know as El Caro Park, transforming open space and building our forever home, Girls Inc. of Carpinteria. That spirit of unity and investment in community lives on today. Through the city's continued support, especially through the Community Services Grant, we've been able to directly impact the lives of residents throughout the Carpinteria Valley. This grant helps us support our youngest residents through our after-school and summer day camp programs, keeping costs low so that every child, regardless of their family's financial situation, has the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in a safe and nurturing space. But the impact goes even further. Because of the city's investment, our 24/7 food recovery and rescue program has saved more than 100,000 pounds of food from the landfill, redirecting that nourishment to local families who need it most. That's not just sustainability, it's compassion in action. In times of crisis, our partnerships become even more vital. Together, we've built community resilience through Red Cross shelter trainings, fire preparedness workshops, and our first ever Community Resilience Fair, an event that brought together over 20 local agencies to inform, connect, and empower. Girls Inc. has been at the heart of preparing Carpinteria for whatever may come, and we're proud to be a gathering place not just for youth, but for every member of our community. Twice a week, AgeWell's pickleball program brings joy, activity, and connection to older adults in our gymnasium. Another example of how our campus, made stronger through the city partnership, serves everyone. And while grant dollars fund programs, what they really build is legacy. A legacy of trust, of shared responsibility, of collaboration between Girls Inc. and the dedicated city staff and council members who believe in this work and in us. This partnership isn't just about numbers. It's about our neighbors and our youth. It's about showing up. It's about what we can accomplish when we come together with purpose and with the belief that Carpinteria deserves the very best. So, on behalf of every girl, every family, our board, our staff, and our community members touched by this partnership and through this grant, thank you to the City of Carpinteria and council members for your investment for over 5 decades of support, shared vision, and an unwavering belief in a brighter future. Because together, we are stronger, we are smarter, we are bolder, and we are more resilient.
I will go ahead and open up to any questions on behalf of the council. No, seeing none. No. Okay. Thank you, Girls Inc. of Carpinteria, for providing your update to the council. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call up Taylor Swan, the Chief Development Officer of the Boys and Girls Club. And Taylor, hey, I got you. Cool. Yeah, right. So much power.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. It's such an honor to be able to present with our co-organizations and also to this group. My name is Taylor Swan. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Boys and Girls Clubs, and it is such a pleasure to be able to share a little bit about what we do and who we are. So, I gotta do this one, not my personal one. I got this. Okay, so our mission and something that we live by is to enable all young people, but especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. Within that context, a lot of times we are seen as an organization where just people can go and be safe, but we care deeply about who they become and who they're going to grow into and the type of citizens and how they'll participate in their communities. So part of that vision is that we want to be a premier youth service organization in all of the county. And that is such a gift to be able to have that opportunity. And a lot of that comes from the funding we get from grants, such as the ones that we were bestowed by you guys. We have many sites, but Carpinteria is especially special to us. And we're open 290 days last year, and we maintained a standard membership fee for all of our members of $40. That doesn't necessarily cover everything that it costs to watch children for many hours a day, but because of our amazing grants and scholarships and support, we were able to gift out $141,000 in scholarships last year, allowing kids not just to be able to come and participate in day-to-day programming, but to also participate in field trips and to getting out in the world and to having workforce learnings and other, experiences that are beyond just learning. Overall, we have some key programs that we focus on within our programming. We have health and life skills, sports, fitness and recreation, education and workforce readiness, character and leadership. We have a camp that we care deeply about, outdoor experiences, and the arts. Specifically today, I wanted to highlight one of our programs, which is Power Hour. Power Hour is something that we do every single day. It is something that is pivotal and a core aspect of our programming. What Power Hour offers is academic support. And that might sound like homework help, which is definitely a part of it. But a lot of it is a true partnership with the schools to understand how we can actually have our kids be competitive in all ways academically. So something that is, Diana, who is our director in Carpinteria, we had a wonderful conversation today, and she shared with me a story of one of our members that I wanted to share with you. His name is Mateo, and Mateo, a year ago, was getting in a little bit of trouble. Nothing big, nothing bad, but homework was hard, and he wasn't really learning at the pace that he was hoping to. Especially after COVID, we've noticed a lot of our kids, their social skills and mental health is greatly impacting their ability to learn. So in partnership with his parents and also with his school counselor, Diana and her team were able to really identify his true needs and to partner with him. And I can report back very happily that today, Mateo's favorite part of our programming is not gym, it's not STEM, it's homework hour. And a lot of that is tied to his outcomes and what he's been able to do and how confident he is at school. And your support and the grants we've gotten from this group are what allow us to really train our staff beyond just the standards of what we do. These are our stats as of the end of last month. So currently we have 220 members at Carpinteria, and we have 38 in daily attendance. And looking at the data we have from last year, that is an average, also that carries through all of last year. Something that is unique about Power Hour, as an example of a program, is that is something that every member participates in every day. It's not just a need-based, it's a requirement of what we see as pivotal programming. We also deeply value our foods programs because we know that kids who are hungry can't really learn and they don't have everything they need. So we love to partner to be able to facilitate a full and complete care of our members. A quick look at impact and long-term is our board consists of almost half being alumni of programs. 3 of those individuals actually came from our programs in this area. And to be able to see them being successful adults and to be able to flourish long-term, it offers an opportunity of really clear outcomes and success from what our programs are. So again, I just want to say thank you so much, and it's such an honor to be able to speak to this group and to do this. And we look forward to continuing our partnership and seeing what we can do in the future. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from council? No? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Taylor, for your presentation and letting us learn a little bit more about the work that you do here in Carpinteria.
Thank you so much, guys.
Now I'd like to bring up Executive Director Teresa Alvarez and Director of Early Learning Guadalupe Perez for the Carpinteria Children's Project.
I'm shorter than the two of them, so I'm gonna have to bring this down a little bit. Thank you so much for having us here today and for giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about what CCP does, Carpinteria Children's Project. For those of you who don't know us, successful children, healthy families, and strong community. I think like the Boys and Girls Club and Girls Inc., we have very similar missions and want the best for Carpinteria, and I'm so glad that the three of us exist in this town and in this lovely community. Whoops. So our mission, Carpinteria Children's Project connects families to early education, quality care, diverse resources, and supportive services necessary for their children to thrive, flourish, and succeed. So for us, we really want to focus on the younger children, want to focus on prevention and early intervention and make sure that families have the support that they need and build that strong foundation so that their children can continue to succeed through their careers and the rest of their lives, and really focusing on the wellness of the whole family. So we are a nonprofit dedicated to strengthening families and preparing children for school and life success, like I mentioned. We've been serving Carpinteria families since 2009, and we are located at the former Main Elementary School campus. Programs include early education, which Lupita will talk about in a little bit, health navigation, family support, and community partnerships. Our main focus is to make sure that families have someone that can sometimes quite literally hold their hand in navigating some of these really complex systems that even if you do have the language and the education and the time to navigate are still complex. So our staff is there to help them through that. Early education, and I will pass this on to Lupita, who's our Director of Early Learning.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about our early education program. And our preschool, we have 6 classrooms, and our youngest classroom is 18-month-old, and we go up to 4- and 5-year-old students in our classroom. And when we think about our classrooms, I really want to share that we are more than just a preschool, because currently in our early education program, we also partner with other nonprofit partners such as Kinder Music. We're able to provide music to our students. Each classroom gets 30 minutes every Thursday. We also have Wilderness Youth Project that comes in to our 3- and 4-year-old students and provides opportunities for them to explore Carpinteria. They go to the bluffs, they go to the beach, and some of our students haven't had that opportunity to visit on the weekend. So we provide enriched curriculum. We provide opportunities to have great special moments. But as I mentioned, we are more than just a preschool. And currently, with the support of the City of Carpinteria, we were able to have scholarships for students, and we were able to provide 31 students with scholarships, serving 29 families this year. And I also wanted to share that it supports our families because the cost of tuition, it can be very high. And I just wanted to share a little bit of an overview of what the tuition cost is at our program and how much it has helped to have your support. So for our toddler classroom, our younger classroom, the tuition for a month is $1,491, and that is if they're 5 days a week, full-time from 7:30 to 5. And as well, we also have our early preschool students, which are from 2 to 3. It's $1,282. And our older students are $1,153. So as we think about our community having that cost as well as groceries, cost of rent, your support has made a big impact. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. Because as Teresa mentioned, we believe in supporting the whole family. And with your support, we've been able to create early learning accessible to all. So CCP has options for all family budgets. We have affordable pay plan options. We also have scholarships that range between 30% to 100% this year, depending on the availability of funds and the needs of the family. We also have alternative payment options for families. And this year, we were awarded scholarships, like I mentioned, for 29 families. We were awarded $187,934. And thanks to the generosity of local foundations and the City of Carpinteria and donors, we were able to support our whole families. And we'll talk a little bit more of what that looks like with the Family Resource Center too.
Let's see if I got this down. Okay, so our Family Resource Center, I'll go quickly through because we do quite a bit. So our Family Resource Center, just to give you an example, a family might come in through the public health clinic, and that family we may find out needs food, they might need help with their rent, their child might not be enrolled in an early learning program. Our Family Resource Center can support them with every single one of those things. And we have several stories of families that we're working with. Some who are currently unhoused, and we're working to connect with several resources here in the community, amongst a lot of other things. So we were mentioning we really rely on each other. We rely on our partners. Our Family Resource Center provides resources and referrals for families for programs that support mental health, CalFresh, Medi-Cal enrollment, case management, and so much more. And I think right now, given the political climate and this administration, a lot of those things are on the line, and it would really be a disadvantage for a lot of those families. So we're watching that really closely and trying to remain as flexible and nimble as possible. Some of our partners we have on site, such as CALM, Family Service Agency, Hospice of Santa Barbara, SBCC, holds English learner classes, and Santa Barbara Department of Social Services has WIC that comes on site, as well as public health. We have a strong partnership with CUSD. We are in a CUSD building, and we also work with the schools to provide support for the families through their counselors. And lastly, our community partnerships. We work closely with the City of Carpinteria through grants like the one that we were awarded, the public library, and local service clubs. Some of these partnerships support the families, like we mentioned. The community and the culture is very important to us. A lot of our families, about 75%, are Latino. I cannot figure out this little mouse. And here is a mom and a child who received FRC services and attended our state preschool. And here's Parker and her brother. We have a lot of siblings that go through the program, both attended CCP. So how is this all possible? Here is a list of some of our foundations and partners. Here's a list of our revenue. The majority of that is foundation and government grants. The City of Carpinteria grant falls under that. About 41%, and some of that is tuition, almost 30%, and the rest are smaller revenue streams. Teamwork makes the dream work. The majority of our team, well, all of our team are Latina right now. We just hired a male staffer, so that'll change a little bit. But we have an 80% retention rate. A lot of our staff are from the community and have been working with the community for 10 plus years, which is really, really exciting and quite heartwarming. And expenses are people. Our people are expensive, but they're the ones that do the work, and we can't do it without them. So there's a lot that we invest to retain our staff, not just salaries, but benefits and additional things like fitness reimbursements, mental health days, things like that to support them, given the hard work that they do. So let's go above and beyond. We have just adopted a 3-year strategic plan, and we are working on improving our programming, strengthening our board, and increasing and diversifying our funding. Thank you so much. We can't do this without you. Thanks. Do we have any
questions?
Any questions from council? Nope. No. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the both of you and sharing a little bit more about CCP.
Yeah, thank you. We're honored to do it. Thank you so much.
Bring it back to staff.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say is just thank you for the presenters for coming. But also, there's other nonprofits as part of this community service support grants that were not represented today, but they're doing great work. So I just want to shout them out. And that concludes the staff report.
Great, thank you. And I'd like to just say, I think the council has really, and staff has been really working on redoing this process for more transparency. And so it's great for the first time in quite a bit of time to have our recipients in the council chambers and share their progress and how much of an impact the dollars that we provide really make. With that, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. If there's anyone in the audience. Yes. Rogelio, welcome.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident for many, many years. I raised 3 daughters in Carpinteria, and the 3 of them went to Girls Inc. 3 of them were national scholars. The three of them are currently studying or already a professional. I encourage every family in Carpinteria to please send their daughters to Girls Inc. It's a win-win situation. They learn to be strong, smart, and bold. And believe me, I saw that because my daughters were there from 1st grade all the way to 12th grade. So I went to Girls Inc. for I don't know how many years, maybe 2 decades or so every morning. But they play sports, they did their homework, and they learn how to react to the outside world. And I would like to thank Girls Inc. from the bottom of my heart. I would like to thank City Council for all their support. And Girls Inc. I can only talk about Girls Inc. because I didn't have boys. I had 3 girls, and thank God. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Okay, seeing no other public speaker slips. Anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any other, anything from the council members?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank again so much the organizations for speaking today. I think one of the hopes that we had in asking for these types of updates from the grant recipients was also so the community can hear everything you guys are doing. And so it's not just for us and for city staff to know, but also for anybody who might be listening or watching later. It's so valuable to let them know everything that you guys are working on. So thank you for making the time and putting the effort into those beautiful presentations. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of days that I'm proud to be from Carpinteria, and today's particularly a day because, this is a very small community, but the effort that all of you are putting forth to, empower and build resilient kids that are going to turn into, empowered and resilient adults. It's just so evident in the work that all of you are doing, and I'm really proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's, this is a rare kind of event to see a thing like this because we have a lot of grant recipients, but these people are the mainstays of the community. And it's really nice to know that our money is being spent this way.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 5, introduction of new employee Brett McNulty, Principal Planner.
Good evening, Mayor Alarcon, council members. Wanted to take a couple minutes of your time to introduce you to the newest member of our Community Development Department team, Brett McNulty. Brett will be taking over, or has taken over, I should say, as the principal planner in our current planning or development review division. So in that role, he'll be working on some of our larger, more complex development projects and also overseeing the work products that come out of that division. Brett comes to the city with over 20 years of experience, including a mix of time both in the public sector and the private sector. And in those capacities, he had opportunities to work on a broad range of projects. And so we're excited to have him join our team and bring some of that experience to our division. And he's been with us now for just about 2 weeks, and we're getting him up to speed on the projects that he's taken over and on the processes that we work with here, and you'll be seeing more of him in the future, I'm sure. With that, I'll invite Brett to come up and say a couple words. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Hello, Mayor Alarcon and members of the City Council. It is a wonderful privilege to join the City of Carpinteria. Since I got here, everyone has been welcoming and kind. It's a beautiful town. I look forward to bringing my education and talents to your city and helping you plan for the future. I also am available if you ever have any questions about planning, any projects. If there's anything I can do to help you, please call on me anytime. So it's a great pleasure to come here and meet you all, and I look forward to working with you and the city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the City of Carpinteria.
Great. Do you have any questions of me?
Questions? No questions on our end.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will go ahead and open up public, yes. I will go ahead and open up public comment. I have no speaker slips. Is there anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no public comment on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And if there aren't any other comments, questions, we will go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the temporary adjournment for the purpose of holding the monthly meeting of the Carpinteria Library Board of Trustees. Okay, we will go ahead and call to order our Board of Trustees meeting. Roll call, please. Brian?
President Alarcon, all board members are present.
Excellent. Confirmation of legal noticing and procedural requirements of meeting.
And all legal noticing and procedural requirements have been met.
Thank you. Item number 3, which is public comment. So this is a time for public comments on matters not otherwise on the agenda, but within the subject matter of the Carpinteria Library Board of Trustees. I do not have any slips. Anyone on Zoom, Brian?
We have no Zoom commenters.
Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment, and we will move on to item number 4, which is approval of minutes of the regular meeting held April 14th, 2025, and the special meeting held April 16th, 2025.
I move to approve those meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. All right. Public comment on approval of minutes, or do we need to do that? Yes, okay. I will open up public comment for the approval of minutes. No speaker slips. Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom speakers.
Nope. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll move on to item number 5, which is the Carpinteria Community Library Monthly Report, May 2025.
As if this wasn't going to be difficult enough, I just wanted to mention that this is going to be Jody Thomas's last LBOT report. However, this won't be the last time that you see her. We'll be recognizing her at our next council meeting on May 27th, which is not a Monday. Should notice that that's a holiday, so we'll be here on Tuesday to recognize her with her last day being June 2nd. So just wanted to start off with that and turn it over to Jody Thomas for the report.
Thank you. Seems like it's all just great news tonight. It's kind of an amazing night to be here. And I hope that we contribute to that as I go on. So I think you all know that we've been doing carp reads, been having a very wonderful carp reads. We have given out 350, 360 books as of today. We just keep ordering more, thanks to the friends. And the author talk was amazing. And this Thursday, we have our immigration panel, keeping the panelists, kind of secret. It's kind of a surprise, but they're beloved Carpinterians who are going to talk about their immigration journey to the United States. And all are welcome. It's at the Alcazar at 6 p.m. I want to give a shout out to the Alcazar for being such wonderful partners with us on that. I know you know, but we're going to say that the new city librarian's been named. It's Eric Castro. It's very wonderful to have it public. I got to witness all day people come in and congratulate him and talk about how relieved and happy they are that he's going to be the new librarian. So yay for that. We did hire a new library tech, Joe, he goes by Joe. Joseph Davison was hired. He has tons of experience as a library tech. He's also a former teacher, a former ESL teacher, and has really, he grew up in Carpinteria, happy to be back, and we're happy to have him at the library. And then we are recruiting for a seasonal summer position. That position is closed, and interviews will be happening shortly, I hope. We want that person to be on board for June and July to help us with summer reading. You did hear last month about the Sheriff's Department fraud prevention presentation in Spanish. According to Eric, who was there, the presentation was led by Deputy Erica Pereira. I'm not sure how you say it. Okay. They covered a wide range of topics, including identity theft, counterfeit money scams, digital fraud, and the 12 attendees had the opportunity to learn about the recent fraud trends. It was a great event, according to everybody who went. And and then we were invited to participate in Girls Inc.'s Literacy Night, which focused on the theme of financial literacy. A total of 40 attendees took part in activities designed to promote financial health and learning. And then I also attended the Catalino School event that they had addressing the topic of smartphones and social media with young people. We're prolonging that conversation or enlarging that conversation with a talk next Tuesday at the library of May 20th. It's based on the book, The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. And any who participated or who attended his talk at UCSB, who has listened to his talk with Ezra Klein on the podcast of Ezra Klein, and who went to the event at Catalina, or who are just interested in the topic, are welcome to come. We're just going to have a conversation about how we might look at this in the city of Carpinteria. So all are welcome. It's next Tuesday. And we had, I'm going to bring this up because of when it was, but we hosted a special program in partnership with the Santa Barbara chapter of Vietnam Veterans of America to mark the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. We screened a 90-minute documentary on the last days of Vietnam, and we had 30 attendees there on Sunday afternoon that was kind of murky. And every Sunday afternoon event that we've had at the library has been very well attended, and I just bring that up because someday I really hope that we can have Sunday hours at the library. I think people will use it and want it, and we love those Sunday afternoon events. We also held an independent learning workshop at the library last Saturday. The keynote speaker was Kent Ferguson, who's the founder of Santa Barbara Middle School and the school down under in New Zealand, and there were 32 attendees at that event. They were exploring options for homeschooling mostly, but also this sort of eclectic, independent learning style that has become a thing, really especially post-COVID. But that was also very well attended. You know, we're working on the strategic plan. You got to meet with our strategic planner, Aquila Manuel, and we have a community survey out. It's still open. There's a QR code on flyers and at the library. Anybody's welcome to fill out the survey that's at the end of that QR code, and if you don't know how to use the QR code, we'll help you at the library. We'd love to hear from everyone, and maybe even especially people who don't use the library. We're always trying to find out when we have this free and what we think of as an amazing resource, why everyone isn't using it. So we want to know why and what people are looking for in the library, for the library in the years to come. And then our literacy program, I'm feeling so great about our literacy program that Stephanie, our new literacy coordinator, is really doing a great job. Assessment interviews have been completed with learners, and the tutors have been trained, and we have materials, and Stephanie's now matching tutors to learners. And so there's tutor-learner pairs in the library most days, and we're just loving to see that. I will say, when I started here in January of 2022, my job was to transfer all of the barcodes to our new barcode, to create new library cards, and to hire the staff that we're going to begin on July 1. And then out of the goodness of La Centra Summerlin Foundation and their gift to the library of $175,000, we had a renovation project on our hands. So for 3 months in April, May, and June of 2022, we were madly renovating the library so that when we opened it for the grand opening, it would look fresh and new. And we did that. And so that's how I started. And so now I'm ending with another renovation project. The library will be closed next week, Monday and Tuesday, for a renovation of the bathrooms. We're getting new tile, a drain, etc. Hoping that Wednesday when we open, it'll look nice and shiny and new. And then you saw on the other project on the list is this patio refresh, which will be done almost certainly after me, but it's coming. And it's going to be, there's going to be more wooden deck out front and an easier access for people to use. And looking forward to how that's going to turn out too. And then I'd like to have a story in the staff report, and I didn't get it in there because we had permissions to ask and some tweaking to do, but I'm going to read it to you now because I think it's really beautiful. I will say literacy is three things for California literacy. There's actual literacy, which is people who do not read or write in their own language. There's people who are English language learners where English is their second or third language and they're learning that. And then there's family literacy, which is encompasses all the things that we do as we grow and learn and become literate individuals. Most of our learning and our literacy is English language learning. It's people who are Spanish speakers who want to learn how to read and write and speak better English. But every week for the past 2 years, one of our adult literacy tutors has met with her learner, who's a Latin American man in his early 40s who grew up speaking dialect and did not learn Spanish as a second language until he was a teenager. He came to the library hoping to learn how to read and write in Spanish, and when he enrolled in the adult literacy program, he could recognize and write numbers, but not the alphabet. He could sign his name and was quite adept at using his cell phone, amazingly. He quickly learned the letters and sounds they produce. Despite his illiteracy, he has built a full and active life here. He works hard at his craft and is active in his community of friends. And when he began working with his tutor, he believed he'd be able to read and write in a few months. He quickly realized it would take more time and effort than he had expected, and what he lacked in formal education, he made up for in drive. Week after week, he shows up ready to learn, struggle, and grow, and his enthusiasm is his driving force. Today, he's reading passages and writing independently. For the first time in his life, he's gaining fluency in Spanish literacy, and the confidence he's building is powerful. We see it in his face every week. His next goal is to continue improving and eventually join an English language learning class to begin the whole process again in English. And this story is one example of the life-changing impact our volunteer literacy tutors make. For many adults, learning to read and write and speak fluently isn't just about literacy, it's about empowerment and opportunity and reclaiming possibility. And so I just wanted to highlight that story for you. It's wonderful. And then off script, I'm also wanting to say, since this is my last meeting, that we are a community library. We changed the name to community library. We have discovered through our strategic planning process that there are people in the community who believe we are now a private library. that the city took over and it's now a private library. We want to disabuse people of that notion that we're definitely a public library. And that when we say community, we talk about those people who are using the library and for whom it's designed, and also for the people who make it possible. I want to thank all of our volunteers at the library for all that they do. I want to thank you and the city staff for all the support this library gets. If without that support, as we heard today with all of the nonprofits, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. And your support is everything, and so I want to thank you for that out loud. I also want to say, while I have the mic, that the things we get asked for on a regular basis, in fact, every day we get asked for private study or workspaces, and that building just does not support that. But people are working from home and people are studying together, and they need places to work that they can talk out loud. And so I'm just going to say it. We also get asked for hotspots. There's always a list for hotspots, so people, same kind of vein, they're working remotely and they can use the internet. And then we get a lot of requests for children's literacy support, people wanting help for their kids to learn to read. And we're working towards that, not set up for that yet, but that is where we're going. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, well, one comment and one question. The comment, I really appreciate the consultant, Akila Manuel, that you retained. We had such a great study session with her. I thought her energy was wonderful, and it sounds like she's helping you guys to put together a very good strategy going forward. So I thought that was a great judgment to bring her on board for that process. And then my question is, in terms of the patio refresh, what's current stage is it in, and is there an idea of when the construction will start?
Thanks. I think we'd hoped that we could do it all at the same time. We're closing the library Monday and Tuesday. I hope it's just Monday and Tuesday, but and that we could, do all of the loud banging on when we're closed. I know that there's a plan that's either finished or just about finished, and I know that Tiffany Smith from Public Works was over today, and we were looking at what needs to come out, and should you take the plants out now or wait till phase 2? I know that there has been a bid for that, one bid, and so it's definitely in process. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that need to be in place, and so we're working on it. Yeah. And I want to just remind people that is in honor of Brad Smith, and that this is being paid for through gifts in his honor after he died. And so I really want this to be finished for his family. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. Seeing no speaker slips, Brian, anyone on Zoom?
Have no raised hands?
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I will bring it back to the council for a motion.
Mm-hmm. Before a motion, I just wanted to say, since I didn't realize this was your last meeting, or last report to us through this meeting, so just thank you for making such engaging, interesting reports throughout this process. It's been phenomenal to learn so much more about what's going on at the library. Knowing that you and Eric work closely together, I feel really good about the direction the library is going to be in going forward, but you will be sorely, sorely missed, as I'm sure many people in the community have told you. So just thank you for just doing a phenomenal job in everything, including your presentations to us.
I will also just say thank you. I know I'm new to this board, but what I've seen is that you have planted a lot of seeds for which the future we will reap a lot of beautiful things from, and I really appreciate that, all of the efforts you've put forth for our community.
Thank you. I love this library. I love this community. It's really been a joy to do.
I'll say thanks also. I really, thanks. I really appreciated the enthusiasm and your talents and your initiative that you brought to this job. I mean, you really succeeded in getting our little library off the ground.
Do you remember the list I brought my first time? Yeah. I have a different list, but it's just as long. but now it's Eric's list.
Any comments?
Only comment I like to say is thank you very much for the hard work you've done. When we first looked at the project, we figured it wouldn't pencil out, wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
You made a miracle out of it. Great job.
Thank you. There is a staff report coming. We owe you a report, and we know we owe you a report, an annual report. You get a monthly report, but there's been we've gotten a little bit of notes from you about what you want to hear, and that's coming. Working with Glenn tomorrow to work on some of that stats, all of the details and the things that people are reading and what's being done. So we'll get you that. They'll get you that next month or so, maybe July, but it's coming.
Well, and I'd like to just say, similar to my colleagues, thank you, Jody, for all the work that you've done at our little library. I think that when we were opening up the Carpinteria's own library, I think everyone had just thoughts of making it great. And I think you've really been able to achieve that along with your staff. So, yeah, thank you for making it what it is today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the council for a motion, please.
I'll move to receive and file the Carpinteria Community Library Report.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. We will now move on to item number 6, which is new business and discussion. Anything on behalf of the council? Seeing none? Okay. We'll go ahead and I'll take public comment for new business and discussion. No speaker slips. Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you. So we will now reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council. And we will move on to public information reports and announcements. And we will hear from Chief Brittingham and the monthly law enforcement report for April 2025. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, members of the Carpinteria community. So I've outlined 5 cases as I usually do. This is almost a mirror from last month with the same things transpiring, so I'll just give you a quick overview. We had 3 e-bike traffic collisions, 2 involving juveniles, 1 minor injury and 1 non-injury, and then 1 involving a 39-year-old intoxicated adult, which has severe injuries, and he was transported to Santa Barbara Cottage, severe facial trauma. We have 2 fraud and forgery, or 2 fraud and then 1 involving forgery, one where a suspect impersonated a customer and withdrew a large amount of cash from a bank teller, and then the other one where the suspect called the victim and scammed her into believing that her account was hacked and to withdraw $20,000 and drop it off at a parking lot. So those are our 5 cases. Our community outreach, like was mentioned earlier, our deputy performed a Spanish fraud presentation and went over very well. After the presentation, there was like a 30-minute question and answer dialogue. Seemed to the interaction was very well received by the community. And then we do have our e-bike safety presentations, and we will continue with our elderly scam presentations in both Spanish and English, and we're going to find different venues to give those, but we're going to continue with those, obviously, because we seem to be falling victim to that quite often. Our Criminal Investigations Bureau, we had 24 cases forwarded to investigations. 6 of them were assigned. 2 of those cases that have been worked throughout this month were closed by arrest, and they're currently investigating 15 cases. And then our message this month, of course, is use emergency 911 for emergencies only, as always, and non-emergency dispatch numbers provided. And again, back to our scams. Our community members continue to fall victims to scams, so please be vigilant when you're giving out any information or money. You could always hang up, call a family member, and then you can always call back a legitimate business. There's never a time where you have to give up $20,000 in the next 10 minutes. So my suggestion to people that are listening to this, or we could get word to as many community members as possible, please talk to your parents, your grandparents, your aunts or uncles, and let them know, just maybe ahead of time, we could be proactive and let them know that this is what's going on. So if you do come across this, call a family member first, or just hang up, or even call law enforcement, because a lot of times we hear about these scams. I actually got text message today on both my phones that I owe $6.10 to the DMV. So that's a very small amount of money, but that's just a attraction because they want to get me in there to, I don't want to pay, $80 in fines. So for $6, I'll call and then I'll give up information. Obviously, I'm not going for it. I just report and junk and delete. Okay. And then also our e-bike, like I mentioned, our e-bike and bicycle safety collisions are frequently occurring. And I'm just waiting for we're going to get started on that presentation. So hopefully that'll be coming soon. And that's what I have for you. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, for the e-bike safety, are those presentations geared towards youth, or is it for the whole community?
The presentations itself are more geared towards youth, but the message is for the whole community. Mm-hmm. So I think we have and I have to relook at it, but I just did get the PowerPoint, which I thought was very well done. So it's got a lot of good messages in there. So I think it's going to be geared to start out to the youth, but we want to get the message out to the whole community because we need to get the word out. So it's going to affect everybody.
And is the idea that these are going to be at school, like presented at schools? Because
Right,
I know the
that's-
school year is almost over.
Right, yeah, that's the game plan is we're going to present them at school. Like I said, we're partnering with, is it called Move? Yeah, we're partnering with them, so we're kind of waiting on when we're going to get out and get this done. But I think this is the month. Mm-hmm. So I know that they have the PowerPoint prepared. I saw it looked good, so we're just waiting to go present it.
Okay. And then my other question is, would it be possible to post some of the slides and information from the elder scam presentations, like either on the city website, maybe under hot topics or something, or even have physical copies of some of the information to pass out? Because like you said, it sounds like this is a really big problem with our community.
Yeah, I could, sure. Yeah, I don't see why not. I could get a copy of the presentation and then give it to somebody from the city that you guys could put it out if you like. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Nope. No. Okay, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. I don't have any speaker slips. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no public comment on Zoom.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any other final questions, thoughts? Nope. Okay, thank you for your report.
Thank you very much.
Next item on our agenda is the city manager's report.
Mayor, council, and community members, I'm going to have a couple guests with me as has become regular for the CM report, just to remind folks that we don't cover every item in the city manager's report, so always encourage people to read this. There's also some links to information that people can follow, and these items are more of updates in nature, and at any time if the council wishes to discuss something in more detail, happy to bring that back to your council as an agenda matter. The couple things that I'll cover are recreation related, and then our Director Jeanette Gant, fresh back from Kona, Hawaii, is here to answer any questions if you have any. Actually, the first one I'll touch falls under Public Works. And so again, the city is hosting a Fix-It Fair, for those who didn't hear my announcement last meeting, on May 31st. So instead of throwing away your old broken items, the Fix-It Fair is a second chance for your items to live again and perhaps save some money from complete replacement. Attendees will also learn how to fix their items with help from a variety of local experts, from electric guitars and amps to locks and keys. There is a limit of 2 items per person, And the event will be held on May 31st, 2025, from noon to 4 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Building on 941 Walnut. Also want to encourage creators, repairers, or anyone with skills and an interest in volunteering their time. It's a great way for you to get out your service to the community about what you do. So please submit your interest on the city website, and there's a link here for interested people to do that. I'm looking forward to it. Also, Age Well has a lecture series. It's going to be with Communify, will be the featured presenter. For that upcoming series is going to be in 3 days on Thursday, May 15th from 1 to 2 p.m. And a presentation will highlight the wide range of programs that Communify offers to support older adults in Santa Barbara County, including home safety modifications, utility assistance, and resources accessible through the 211 helpline. And as a special bonus, Communify will host a drawing at the conclusion of the session with 4 attendees receiving a free tablet, which is pretty awesome. And lastly, in the last report, we talked about the May Day celebration. There's a cool photo in the report, and that celebration was a wonderful success. Attendees enjoyed fresh berry shortcake and participated in festive activities such as crafting May baskets and flower crowns. Happy to take any questions or have Jeanette assist me with those. And if there are none, I will turn it over to our Assistant Manager, Ryan Kintz, to discuss recruitments and employee matters.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Quick update on our recruitment front. We still have the aquatics part-time summer positions open, still recruiting for some beach lifeguards, pool lifeguards, and some swim or water polo coaches. We are getting a lot of applications in and we're hiring, but we still have a couple slots to fill. We also released the position for the environmental program manager. The deadline to apply for that is June 1st. So we want to notify the community, notify the public that if you or you know anyone that's interested in that environmental program manager here with us at the City of Carpinteria, please do apply. And then finally, the Public Works Manager position closed this past Sunday, yesterday, and we are currently conducting screenings, and then we'll be doing our panel interviews here shortly. And then finally, we have 2 recreation leader part-time positions that are open. One is at the Beach Boat House, and the other is at the library. We did get several applications, and we are conducting screening, and we'll be announcing those positions shortly. And that's it on the recruitment front. Oh, and I will mention, as Ms. Thomas mentioned, we're really excited that Eric accepted the position, Mr. Eric Castro, as our full-time city librarian. His start date will be immediately the day after Jody leaves, which will be June 3rd. So we're really excited to announce that and to have him on board, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Okay. No questions on our end.
And I'll turn it over to our Community Development Director, Nick Bobroff, to touch on a couple more items.
Thank you, Michael. I've got 2 items for your council this evening. The first item is an update on the Surfliner Inn project. So you'll recall last month that your council executed a contract with Environmental Science Associates, or ESA, to assist the city in the preparation of the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the project. We're coming up here shortly on the official kickoff of the EIR process. And that first step is to publish what's called a Notice of Preparation, or NOP. And then also, along with that, to hold a public scoping meeting. And so we've tentatively scheduled those first steps to occur later this month, with the 30-day comment period for the NOP opening on May 29th and running through June 27th. And then right dead in the middle of that NOP 30-day comment period, we're looking to hold the public scoping meeting, and that would be held here in the council chambers on Monday, June 16th at 5:30 p.m. So this NOP serves as a formal request for public input on the scope and content of the EIR. And so during that comment period, we ask both responsible agencies, so these are other types of regulatory agencies who might have a permit or approval to issue to a project, as well as members of the public, to submit comments related to the project's potential environmental issues, suggested mitigation measures for those issues, as well as possible project alternatives. And then the public scoping meeting is intended to further enhance transparency and public participation. There's no decisions made at the scoping meeting. It's really meant to be more informational, but it's an opportunity for members of the public to learn a little bit more about the project, learn more about the EIR process, and again, to provide verbal input on what they'd like to see be addressed in the EIR. So if folks are interested in getting on the interested parties list for the Surfliner Inn project and being notified of these upcoming steps, including the NOP, they should email Principal Planner Mindy Fogg at mindyf@carpinteriaca.gov. Otherwise, they can also take a look at the project page on our city website under Hot Topics, and we'll be posting information there on upcoming steps in the process. The other item I wanted to touch on was just the updated income limits for Santa Barbara County. So each year in the spring, HCD, which is the California Department of Housing and Community Development, releases updated state income limits, which set the various qualifying income levels for the lower income categories and moderate income households. These categories are used to determine eligibility for various types of affordable housing developments and housing assistance programs. This year, the area median income, which you sometimes hear referred to as the AMI, did not change from last year. However, the income limits for extremely low, very low, and low income households increased slightly, about 8 to 8.5%, depending on the income category. And we believe the reason for the increase in these income limits is reflective of the fact that cost of living here in Santa Barbara County is still higher than average, and so you're seeing that reflected in the qualifying income levels for folks that might qualify for assistance or for subsidized housing. And that that's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Any questions from council? Nope, no questions.
Mayor, that concludes the report. I would like to mention, on following on Ryan Kintz's comment for the recruitments, it was really heartwarming with the announcement of Brett McNulty earlier that we had several members of our staff here, and you could hear some cheering and clapping in the back, and that wasn't certainly something I requested, and it's wonderful that we have that kind of a team here. So when you apply to work in Carpinteria, we can guarantee you a cheering section. So.
Seeing no questions, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. No speaker slips on my end. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. No other comments. We will go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is Planning Commission actions.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon. So last Monday, May 5th, the Planning Commission considered the Chevron decommissioning and remediation project of the Carpinteria Oil and Gas Processing Facility. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 with Commissioner Allen recused to accept and certify the environmental impact report that was prepared for the project, to select the proposed Project Plus Hilda and Hazel pipeline removal alternative, which basically took the proposed project and included removal of one additional pipeline that had previously been permitted to be abandoned in place, or pipeline bundle. The commission also voted to approve the development plan and coastal development permit for the project. And finally, the commission adopted the project conditions of approval with several minor changes. They made a revision to condition number 10, which is a mitigation measure from the EIR addressing the harbor seal rookery monitoring and protection plan. Their change to that mitigation measure was to clarify that the requirements of that plan would be fully implemented during all project-related activities within 1,000 feet of the seal haul-out area. There had been some ambiguity in the original condition that was making unclear whether it was going to be implemented during all activities or only during the seal pupping season. So we clarified that it would apply across the board for any activities within that radius of the haul-out area. And then the commission also made a revision to condition number 40, which is related to the mitigation compliance monitoring and reporting program. And here the commission asked that we include a requirement that copies of all other regulatory permits and approvals be provided to the city prior to work being allowed to commence on the different constituent elements of the project. So that provides just an additional check and balance in the process to make sure that we're aware of what all the other agencies are requiring for the various elements of the decommissioning project. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you might have about the Planning Commission's action.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none? Okay. I'll go ahead and open up public comment. We have a speaker slip coming.
And Mayor, I'm not sure we took public comment for the city manager's report, and so we can open it up for both.
Oh, we did.
We did? Okay, great.
Yeah. Thank you, though, for double checking. Mark Court. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the rest of your
Mark
name.
will work just fine. It's Mark Corte Nahabedian. How are you?
Welcome. Thank you.
Nice to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Mark Corte Nahabedian. I'm the Corporate Affairs Advisor at Chevron for the West Coast Decommissioning Project, and grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight. Before I start, I just wanted to say what a great City Council meeting this has been. Thank you for creating that opportunity for all the nonprofits to speak. We're partnered with many of them, and great to see them getting a little visibility at the City Council meeting. Thank you for that. On behalf of Chevron, I would like to thank the City of Carpinteria, City Council, the Planning Commission, the dedicated staff at the city, and the many agencies, scientists, engineers, and members of our community for their contributions to the development of the final environmental impact report for the decommissioning and remediation of the Carpinteria facility. We support the certification of the final EIR as amended at the Planning Commission hearing, as Nick just spoke to. And certifying the final EIR today represents a significant milestone not only for our project and our program, but for our community as well. Together, we can take a crucial step towards the responsible decommissioning and remediation of the facilities, and we look forward to continuing to partner with our community in the safe execution of this important work. Thanks again for your partnership. And our team is available here tonight to answer any questions that you might have related to the project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone over Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Any questions, comments? Nope. Seeing none? Okay. Thank you for your report. And we will move on to the next item on our list, which is public comment on matters not on the agenda. I do not have any public speaker slips. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we've got no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we will go ahead and close public comment and move on to the consent calendar. And I will open up public comment for the consent calendar. Do we have any public speaker slips? Which I do not see here. Anyone on
Mayor-
Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment for the consent calendar and bring it back to council.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held April 28, 2025, to receive and file the expenditures for the period beginning April 21st and ending May 2nd, 2025, and to adopt ordinance number 792 in its second reading, updating Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04, to remove reference to Robert's Rules of Order for the conduct of city council meetings.
I'll second that.
Great, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please, Brian?
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon?
Aye. Great. The next item on our agenda is number 9, which is ordinance number 793, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 2.37 of Title II of the Carpinteria Municipal Code.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Tonight, I'm presenting ordinance number 793, which proposes updates to Chapter 2.37 of the Municipal Code regarding youth participation on the Library Advisory Commission. The ordinance will do two key things. One is shift the authority to appoint youth representatives from the Library Board of Trustees to the Library Advisory Commission. And then two, allow the commission to appoint more than one youth representative, depending on the number and number of and qualifications of applicants. Youth representatives will continue to serve as non-voting members without stipends for up to two-year terms with an option to participate during the academic year only. This change supports more flexibility for youth to participate, hopefully encouraging youth engagement in local government. And staff recommends approval of the ordinance on first reading with the second reading and adoption scheduled for May 27th, 2025. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, just a few quick questions. So I see the reasoning behind giving the youth the option to opt out during the summer, but I'm wondering, I would think that probably if somebody wants to be on the commission, that they might assume that they're going to continue serving throughout the year. I wonder if it'd be possible to have the language that says, that gives them the opportunity to miss a certain number of meetings during the summertime, as opposed to giving them the option to completely opt out during the summer months.
Yes, through the mayor, vice mayor Solorzano, we could definitely change language. I think that was our intent, is we just wanted to make sure people wouldn't not apply because they perhaps had a summer job or summer plan. So we wanted there to be flexibility and let it be known. And so we can definitely change the phrasing to make it clear that they could miss multiple meetings with an excused absence or something similar to that.
I think that might also help that that looser flexibility, so that if someone has to miss, not during the summer, but maybe during the school year because of sports or something, that they can miss a couple there, or whatever the case may be. So that was my thought behind that.
Absolutely.
And then my only other question was, so I see that it's a 2-year term. And I was wondering if for youth, especially if like they're seniors in high school or something who want to serve on the commission, is there an option for it to be a 1-year term, if that's something that would be necessary for a young person who wants to serve?
Yes, absolutely. We wouldn't want to prevent a senior, like you said, from joining. Just like with all our boards and commissions, it's the 2-year term, and people can always step down early if they would like. And then I realized the language in my staff report is slightly different from the ordinance itself, which does say may serve a term of up to 2 years.
Okay, got it.
So
Okay.
yeah, that was our intent, was that if they were a senior, or that they would understand they could do just the 1 year. And then also if someone who's younger, a freshman or a sophomore, they can always reapply to serve more than one term of 2 years. We don't have any term limits.
Got it. Thank you. I apologize. I didn't notice that difference in the ordinance language. So those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Nope. I actually have a question. I'm not seeing the summer opt-out. I don't know if I'm missing it here, which I may be.
Mayor Alarcon, not a problem. I can read it here for you. Let's see. Youth representatives may serve a term of up to 2 years with the option to participate only during the academic school year. And that's under membership 2.37.010.
Perfect. Okay. I see that now. Thank you. I mean, in terms of, I think I'm just in favor for, having, I think this should be a really enriching opportunity for youth and not restrictive. And so whatever language we use to ensure that, the youth can really benefit from this, I think is what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Understood. Not a problem.
Right. Any other questions? Nope. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any public speaker slips. Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. And if there aren't any other comments, I will look for a motion or request a motion.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 793 on first reading by title only, and to continue the second reading and adoption to the City Council meeting of May 27th, 2025, while potentially incorporating some minor tweaks to the language to provide more flexibility in more diverse times of the year for the youth librarian position.
I'll second that with the modifications.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, Brian, please.
All right, Mayor, before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance number 793, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 2.37 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code to modify the provisions relating to the appointment and service of youth representatives on the Library Advisory Commission. And for the roll call, Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. And I'd like to just say thank you. It's taken us quite a bit of time to get the youth kind of thing right on our end. So I'm glad we finally have come to an agreement to make that happen. Yes.
Quick comment. I know action's already been taken, but just curious, as it comes back, could we see what the goals and objectives would be for that program? Basically what the outcomes potentially could be or would be?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Nomura, of course, I can bring something back just to clarify. You want goals and outcomes for the program of youth participation
Exactly.
specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your report. We'll now move on to item number 10, which is the City of Carpinteria Equity Plan update.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and community members. I'm just going to do a short introduction, and we have one or more representatives from Equity Praxis Group. So they're going to talk about the city's work related to diversity, equity, inclusion. And, this goes back to October of 2022. When we executed this agreement with Equity Praxis, this has been a long-running activity. They actually weren't the first group that we worked with. The first organization that we had on board actually dissolved. And so between that and COVID and then COVID-related changeovers in staff, it's been a long program. And we really appreciate that Equity Praxis has been flexible. We've revised the timeline several times, and they've always been really open. You can tell they have a passion for what they do, and so that, again, they've been very flexible. So they're going to touch on a brief introduction of Equity Praxis Group. They're going to review what we've accomplished so far, talk about the current status. Lastly, they met with our internal core equity team to receive feedback on the draft plan that they had created, so they're going to talk about that. And then some of the remaining deliverables per the current agreement. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to, I believe we had Jared Schwartz online to continue with this presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. And I'm sorry, Michael, are you projecting the PowerPoint from there, or should I share my screen as I speak?
You can share, or we're happy to help you out over here.
Why don't I go ahead and share? That way I can just kind of advance as we go. Oop, just take a second. Sorry.
Jared, I was just informed we're going to share it here, and then you can share it so that the people on Zoom can see it. So let us get it up here, and then we'll let you know when we're set to go.
Great.
Do you have access? And we are ready. Just let us know when you'd like us to change slides.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, again, hello, everyone. Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members and other guests who are here tonight. It's good to be with you tonight. You can go ahead to the next. Great. My name is Jared Schwartz. I'm the founder and principal of Equity Praxis Group. I'm joined here tonight by my colleague and partner, Rene Castro, who's also been very involved with this project. Just as a recap for anyone who doesn't know, Equity Praxis Group is a mission-driven consulting group that helps organizations, leaders, and communities become more effective by focusing on issues of equity, inclusion, and belonging. We're based in the Central Coast in Oxnard, California, and work all across the coast of California, and it's been our pleasure to work with the city of Carpinteria for the past couple of years. You can go on to the next slide. So just a quick reminder of some of the work we've done so far. Most of the effort so far has been focused on data gathering. So we held 5 community listening sessions and conducted 8 interviews with community leaders, including all of the council members at that time. About several months ago, one of our colleagues, Nitsan Navik, who's our lead researcher, presented the findings of those listening sessions and interviews and shared a number of themes. We've been spending time kind of organizing that data, and we had a draft PowerPoint deck and a draft report that was presented not only to council, but also to the sheriff and to the DEI committee. We captured all of their feedback about those themes, and then we've turned that now into a draft equity plan. And as Michael had shared, we reviewed that with the DEI committee, got their feedback on that again, and now have kind of a second draft that's just about ready to be shared back with the committee. Go to the next slide, please. So in the plan, what we've now highlighted is a number of focus areas around which work is being recommended for the city of Carpinteria. The focus areas are housing, healthcare, inclusion, access, and equity, which is a broad kind of category for things that don't fit under another specific area, economy and business, law enforcement and public safety, and finally, language access and cultural inclusion. And so what we've done now is we've identified a number of different recommendations and strategies and under each of these focus areas. And in our next meeting with the DEI committee, we'll hopefully get that into a third draft that would be ready to come back to the council for review and potentially for your approval. We can go to the next slide, please. So that's the immediate next step, is finalizing that plan and handing it back to the city council to determine if that's something you want to adopt in part or in full. Once we do that, we'll then move into the final phase of work, which was, as outlined in the original RFQ, conducting an internal DEI audit of things such as public policies, budgeting, allocation of resources, evaluation of policies, and staff diversity. Most of the effort so far has been more externally faced or community facing. So really working to identify what are the needs, the wants, the aspirations, the goals in the broader community. The final phase moves more into an internal focus, looking at internal policies, staffing, and so on. We'll also help develop a long-term sustainable staff development program. So whether that's workshops, training, coaching, or other things that can build on the work that the staff has done already with the National League of Cities and the Government Alliance on Racial Equity. But ultimately, we want to leave you with a staff development program that you can implement either with our assistance or with the assistance of potentially other vendors. Some of it may also be self-directed or internally led. And finally, to provide some additional training and coaching on specific subjects that the city had been interested in, such as equity-based budgeting, building DEI into staff reports, neighbor-to-neighbor efforts, and neighborhood leadership capacity building. Some of these were kind of reinforced in the feedback from the community. Some of these are internal priorities from the city itself and the city council that were, as it says, part of the original RFQ. So that's kind of where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. If you want to, you can advance to that final slide. Our information is there if you would like to contact us with more questions, but we're also available, both Renee and myself, to answer any questions you may have right now.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions. So we have currently on council a new public engagement committee, and one of the identified priorities for our first meeting was outreach to Spanish language residents in the Carpinteria community. It sounds like one of your current draft focus areas, the language access and cultural inclusion, might work well with what that committee is trying to do. I wondered if we could potentially see some of maybe the draft information you've put together. I think that could be helpful for our committee, given that you've done, it sounds like, some outreach in the community on this subject already.
Absolutely. We'd actually love to meet with that committee, and we can share with you some of the recommendations that came up that might fall under that committee's purview. And we'd love to get your feedback, as well as, maybe talk more about how might that committee help advance and move forward some of the priorities that were named by the community.
Oh, that's great. That sounds like a really good thing. If maybe city staff can follow up in terms of the next meeting of that committee, that'd be great. And then just two more questions. What are some of the specific metrics or data points that you guys are that Equity Practice is looking at to really measure the outcomes of the strategy that you're working on right now and that you're going to ultimately present to council? Are there like internal or external, I guess, like signposts or anything that you're looking to touch on or to hit as you finish up the process?
Yeah, I apologize. You cut in and out a little bit, but it sounds like you were asking about metrics for the plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
So some of the metrics are, I think, provided by the community itself in terms of some of the hopes that they had. So, for example, some of the things that community members had asked for, the Spanish language small business owners had asked for the permitting process to be much more accessible, especially for those who don't speak English. And so, we can develop some criteria specifically around that. Other things were around improved relationships with the police department or sheriff's department. And so each kind of focus area has some kind of natural metrics that are a part of it. Once we move on to the next piece in terms of conducting the internal DEI audit, I think we'll better be able to say what kind of metrics we'll be using internally once we have a better sense of where you are. And some of it really will be up to you in terms of, do you want to see 50% progress per year or 30% progress per year? But I think we'll be able to kind of share what we see as kind of the most natural metrics given each goal.
That's really helpful.
Renee, if you share anything there?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. That's a great question. One of the things that we're doing is we're adding what's called a DRACY to each of the recommended action steps as part of the plan. So DRACY, Jared, if you want to talk a little bit about the elements of the DRACY.
Yeah, DRACY stands for Decider, Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, and Informed. And it's a way to operationalize any kind of plan by immediately kind of saying for each goal, for each action or strategy, who ultimately is the decider for that? So is that the council? Is that the city manager? Is that department head? And so on. Who's responsible for it? So in other words, who's going to actually make it happen? Who's going to do the day-to-day work to move that strategy or that action forward? Accountable is who's ultimately accountable for making sure that the work proceeds. Consulted is who do we need to talk to along the way? And informed is just who simply needs to be told about progress as we go. And so, for example, some of the people who are deciders, we'd want to bring them into a conversation about metrics as well, because ultimately part of that decision may be whether or not the metrics have been identified and feel like the appropriate metrics given the larger, broader goals that the council or the city may have.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I wasn't aware of that acronym, so thank you for explaining that a little bit. And then just my last question is there any sort of role that council can play in? I know that it sounds like you're doing some community outreach, and then you're going to do some internal outreach at the city. But I know that I'm sure most of us would also like to be involved in any way we can, whether that's reaching out to the people in our district or utilizing some of the methods or ideas that you guys come up with. Do you foresee that as being part of the plan as you wrap it up?
I think that the level of involvement from council would largely be based on how involved do you want to be.
Okay.
And so as we had been trying to come back to you with a close to final plan. If you'd like to see a draft plan first, and from that maybe engage in some conversation about where else could the council be involved, where could we plug the council into that DRACY component? For example, would the council members want to hold meetings in their districts to consult with the community about some of the items? I think that would be very exciting. I think the more leadership that you're willing and able to take, I think the better the prospect that this plan could really turn into something meaningful as opposed to sitting on a shelf or in the clouds somewhere.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. And those are my questions.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Jared, question for you real quick. I know you've been at this for a while, but have you gathered or charted out any of the baseline datas specifically so we can measure out the success factor as we move forward with these, and also to target specific areas that we should be focusing on.
So the only baseline data we have right now are the kind of those from the community members that we interviewed in terms of what life is like for them in the city of Carpinteria right now. I think once we get to the internal DEI audit, we'll want to pull some additional baseline data. So for example, we'll be looking at staff diversity. So one of the important pieces of baseline data is what is currently the staff diversity around a range of metrics from race and ethnicity to gender to whatever that might be, including potentially items such as how many live in the city versus how many commute. So we'll have a lot more baseline data once we look at what aspects of the city's internal operations we'll be auditing.
Sounds good. That would be one thing I'd be very interested in seeing. That way we could at least measure how successful we are with the project as it moves forward. My other point was, and unfortunately, PowerPoint's always tricky, but since it's being publicly viewed right now, you may want to go back the page and correct the DEI that you have written as a DIE right now on the first point.
Just noticed that I saw one other typo earlier. While
Yeah, I
so
saw
will
it
go
too, but I
ahead
caught that one pretty quick. So,
I
but thank you.
apologize
Just
for
wanted to
that,
let you
but
give you a heads up on that one in case you use it again.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. I have a question in terms of just the timing of the next steps, specifically the internal audit. So you all have right now, per your report, you've done external work with the community. Now it sounds like the next phase is internal facing. So when can we expect that DEI internal audit to be completed along with the next phases? Like, are we looking at like within a 6-month period, 12-month period? What do you all project?
So, yes, we have to sit down with Michael and his team to really see what's realistic from your staff capacity standpoint. But our hope would certainly be within the next 3 to 6 months. I think that we really wouldn't want to see it extend beyond that, partially because we want all of the data to be relevant still, and we don't want to get too far away from when we've done the community listening sessions and interviews, and partially because we want you to be able to start taking action. So my goal would be in the next 3 to 6 months. I think 3 minimum, given that we're coming into summer, and I know people, including ourselves, have vacation times. But 6 months at the maximum, I would hope.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Seeing none, I will go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no comment on Zoom.
Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to receive and file the report from Equity Praxis on the progress and status of the City of Carpinteria's equity plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. The next item on our agenda is number 11, which is the development of policy for council member attendance at events.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon, council members. I will take this with some assistance from Michael this evening. So just to start us off, a little bit of background. You're all familiar with the Brown Act, and just generally for everyone listening, the Brown Act is a law in the California Government Code that sets requirements around public meetings. And so it requires that as long as there's a quorum of any legislative body, so your city council is a legislative body, and a quorum would be a majority, so that's 3 council members. Anytime there's a get-together of 3 council members, it constitutes a meeting. And a meeting, once a meeting takes place, there are certain requirements by the Brown Act, such as providing public notice, putting an agenda out, and allowing members of the public to attend to hear a discussion of city business. So that's actually a really important point. It's a quorum of a legislative body where business or matters within the jurisdiction of that legislative body is discussed. And so that is very broad, and we kind of have to work through a case-by-case basis to see when the Brown Act would or would not apply. Generally, we think of it as applying to all city council meetings, all planning commission meetings. So the planning commission is also a legislative body. So that's both regular meetings and special meetings, all standing committees. But ad hoc committees, the Brown Act does not apply to those types of meetings. It also applies to a lot of other kind of less formal get-togethers or events where a quorum of the city council, and I'll just talk about your council specifically since we're discussing kind of creation or development of a potential development of a policy tonight. So any event where a quorum, so 3 or more council members may be in attendance, where there's city business or, subject matter that's within the city's jurisdiction being discussed. And that can really be a broad array of different types of things. That could be anything like state of the city address, some sort of collective briefing, or a study session, a retreat, a workshop, or even some sort of informal gathering where you all go and sit at Jack's Bistro and talk about, tomorrow morning, please don't do this, but tomorrow morning you all get bagels and coffee and sit and talk about, how the city council meeting went. And something like that would be a violation of the Brown Act because there wouldn't be notice, agenda, public wouldn't be invited, et cetera. Wouldn't be providing public opportunities for public comment on your discussion. With that in mind, the Brown Act does provide for certain exceptions to those notice and public attendance and public comment opportunities. So there are 6 exceptions to the notice and public participation requirements, and those are things like individual contacts, right? So that's like council member Mayor and Vice Mayor Solorzano, have a conversation on the sidewalk one day, as long as they're not going and creating a Brown Act violation by like a daisy chain. That does not turn into a meeting that's subject to a Brown Act. Conference attendance. So for example, you all at different times, or most of you I believe, have attended the League of Cities or Cal Cities conferences, where you attend the conference and you hear from speakers on topics of general importance or general interest. And that's really the kind of important piece here, is its general interest. So it's not things specifically about the city of Carpinteria. For example, someone might be talking about the importance of municipal budgets in light of all of the different politics, both on the federal and state level. But they're not specifically talking about the city of Carpinteria's budget. That would move more towards information that is within the city's jurisdiction and could be, if there were a quorum of you there, a violation of the Brown Act. There are also things like community meetings that could be, but are not always, an exception to the Brown Act. And this is where a lot of these things, it's really a case-by-case analysis to understand whether or not a specific event, if a quorum of the council attended, would violate the Brown Act, because you have to look really at what the event is, what's being discussed, and it's in some ways subjective, and it's a risk analysis, and so that's why Michael and I we would talk about, whether or not we think that such event could violate the Brown Act if a quorum attended. Some other examples are meetings of other legislative bodies, right? So let's say you all went to, and I apologize, I cannot remember if a quorum attended, but we recently had a member of the city staff recognized by the County Board of Supervisors. And so if a quorum had attended, that would not be a Brown Act violation, because they're attending a meeting of another legislative body, and that legislative body has agendized its meeting, its discussion. I already mentioned standing committees as being an exception to Brown Act requirements. And then the last exception is social or ceremonial events. So that's like, let's say you have a block party and you're celebrating 4th of July, and this can't happen with our district elections, but you all happen to live on the same block, and you attend that block party for the 4th of July. As long as you don't gather around together and discuss city events or information or have any discussion, on subject matters within the city's jurisdiction, that would not necessarily be a violation of the Brown Act. However, any of these events, any of these sort of exceptions that I've just walked through are not absolute. And depending on, what exactly is discussed there, how you all would act in any of those events, they could create violations of the Brown Act. So even if, you all went to a conference and then sat at the conference together and discussed how, the speaker was talking about was giving a speech on something of general interest and talked as a group of 3 of you about how his speech applied to the city of Carpinteria, that could violate the Brown Act there. So it's really important to take each of these events on a case-by-case basis to understand whether or not it would fall into one of those exceptions, and then understand the risk of having a quorum of the council attend those events. So with that as background, recently there have been several events that we've had concerns would violate the Brown Act if a quorum of the council attended. And in order to determine, which council members would attend that event to not violate the Brown Act, we've really gone through kind of this case-by-case ad hoc analysis between Michael and I. And so this brought up to us that it may be worthwhile to discuss with you all, with the council, the potential development of a policy to determine when these types of events did come up where there were Brown Act limitations on attendance, how to determine which council members should attend that event, so that we didn't spend so much time, going back and forth amongst all of the council members, trying not having an inadvertent Brown Act violation by sending out a mass email saying who wants to attend, et cetera. It just takes a lot of time to do that sort of coordination. So with that, you've all seen the staff report, and this is really just an attempt to, get your thought process flowing, start thinking about, one, are you all interested in the development of such a policy? And if so, what would you like that policy to look like? So we tried to come up with some different ideas, and, they're not in any sort of order of how we didn't rank them in any way. They're just randomly included in the staff report. But we could pursue one of these options. We could pursue a number of these options. There's really no right answer right now. We're just trying to figure out a way that feels fair to the council and is a little bit more efficient for determining council member attendance at events where Brown Act limitations apply. So I'll quickly kind of walk through what those options are that we've come up with, and then turn it over to you all for questions, and then public comment and discussion. So the first option would just be that the mayor and the vice mayor, because their positions are rather ceremonial, that they receive priority to go to any events that come up. And if they decide that they don't want to attend, then we would have some other process to determine who gets that next spot. There's also, we could just do a first come, first serve, right? An event, Michael blasts an email out, and whoever's sitting in front of their computer and emails back the quickest and says, I want to attend, gets the spot. That's not always perfect either. We could do something like attendance based on subject matter. So Michael or Brian would kind of make a determination, or this kind of determination or discussion could also be included in the policy. But event attendance, first priority for event attendance would be dependent on who sits on what type of committee, right? So the finance committee, if there was anything to do with finance, they'd get to attend, or, the e-bike committee, if there's a meeting about e-bikes, the school committee, the CSD committee, anything to do with the schools, et cetera. It's also not a perfect, none of these are kind of perfect answers because there's going to be a lot of overlap in a lot of these potential events too. So it may not fit. It may be kind of trying to fit a square peg in a round hole at times. And so that's why if you do all want to move forward with the policy, maybe picking a couple of different options to figure out how to determine priority attendance. There's also, we could do a rolling list, and this is just, rank everyone, and as events come up, the top 2 people on the list get first priority. If they decline, you just go down the list until you're able to, find 2 people that want to attend. Or it could be completely random, right? So we assign each council member a number, and every time an event comes up, either people say, I want to go to this event, and so, 4 of the council members want to go to an event. We put those council members' numbers in a hat, and Michael and Brian pick the numbers out of the hat and, tell the lucky council members who gets to attend. So those are just some ideas to try to get the conversation started on if you would like to have staff work on developing a policy, some ideas for how that could work. I'll turn it out. I know I probably took most of the speaking, but I don't know, Michael, if you want to add anything in here.
Yeah, thank you. So again, just really looking for feedback, not necessarily for anybody to agree to any one of these things. And I should also point out that they're not mutually exclusive, because you could have maybe you don't say mayor, vice mayor, but you say mayor gets priority, and then it goes to a rolling list based on attendance-based subject matter. It could be 3 things combined, because sometimes it is difficult to decide the subject matter. We have committees with overlapping responsibilities, and so hey, how would you say which one took priority? So there could be, again, a combination. And then just really looking for things that you think absolutely don't work. Happy to start there with the reasons why you wouldn't like something, and then maybe any aspects that you do like or would want to perhaps be considered as part of an option, and then also anything we didn't consider, and then of course whether we want to do something at all. So happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Jenna, are there any best practices that exist that if this is it sounds like this is more an increasing priority for the California Attorney General, who's doing a little bit more oversight. So are there recommendations from that office or from some of our surrounding cities of what works, what seems to be the best way forward?
So unfortunately, no. Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, we did a quick search and we weren't able to find any examples of best practices. I think the best practice would be to ensure to kind of be on the conservative side and ensure that events that may lead to a violation of the Brown Act are only attended by 2 council members or 2 members of a legislative body. So in terms of best practices, that's what I would recommend. And yes, I think that this is definitely at a lot of municipalities' forefront of their minds, given that the Attorney General opinion is from our neighboring city down south, from the city of Ventura. And it was actually, so it wasn't a violation necessarily that occurred there. They reached out and asked for an opinion. But it's now that we have that opinion, it's something that we have to abide by.
Okay. And then in terms of giving feedback, would that be after public comment? And right now is just questions? Is that right?
Ideally,
okay,
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's my only question.
I have a question. So because I'm the newest city council member, I'm curious what we've done in the past. I would imagine that this isn't the first time it's ever come up. So I do understand that there's more scrutiny right now, but what have we done in the past? Has it been more geared towards ceremonial, or has it been more just kind of like a free-for-all, like first come, first serve?
Jenna can, I'm sorry, through the mayor, council member mayor, she might be able to comment a little bit more on the history of it. But for example, a lot of this was sparked by the State of the City event, and we didn't have that opinion until recently. And so having that sort of broad interpretation is relatively new. And I also think prior to this, different council members, it just happened to be that had different interests in different things, and I don't think that was necessarily planned. And Councilmember Namora and Clark can maybe perhaps comment to that, but it wasn't necessarily coordinated, but they just happened to go to different things. And it's the case now where this current council is very interested in attending a lot of the same things. So wanting to facilitate that best as possible. I'm guessing by seniority wouldn't be your suggestion, but.
Any other questions? Yes.
Comment-wise, I can give you a little bit of history on it. Prior to this, it was a little bit looser. I'd say we didn't have quite the scrutiny we had prior to this one. I would say probably one of the council members I recall attending quite a few events was Fred out there. He used to go to everything, and because of that, it would only usually just be one or two council members that would travel outside of the city limits, literally, for meetings like that one. There were mayors, I would say, that oftentimes would take the lead on that one. Very seldom do I recall city staff actually getting involved with who's going to go. The mayor would then talk to specific people. If somebody was interested, they would kind of get a poll who wanted to go. If there were more than two, oftentimes three, we would just sit apart, not sit together for that one, and we would make sure that we did not talk about it. However, now with the perception, public perception, I think we have to be a little bit more cautious about that one. From what I do recall, just about every event that we had, it would be prioritized by subject matter. Those that had specific committees that they were gathering that information for would be the ones that would be prioritized to go. And oftentimes, they're the ones that were getting the invitations anyways. Let's be very specific. So that's what I recall in the past. I may have some other points of that one, but I do recall that was a system that we had put in place. It was pretty loose, but again, it was subject matter.
Any comments? Nope. Questions? I have a question, or just a comment confirmation. So in terms of the social or ceremonial events, as long as the event is not, there isn't a discussion of city-related business, or it's not within the subject matter, there can be 3 council members. We would just have to be incredibly mindful about not gathering and discussing any type of city business. So it is allowable as long as we are cognizant.
Mayor Alarcon, with caveats, yes.
Okay.
Depends on the social or ceremonial event, right? There is still some sort of analysis that needs to happen, right? Yes. So generally, if it's a community member's birthday party that 3 of you are invited to, yes, that will likely apply.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then we're kind of like in a interesting place because it's nice to have so many active council members and want to be at these events. In my mind, I think of not in terms of barriers or challenges, but like this need to coordinate calendars and any type of communication more than we've had to in the past. So I'm just curious to know, even as we talk about those or provide suggestions on a policy, or if we move in that direction, like what does that look like for staff capacity, right? Because right now it's, or I can only speak for myself, right? It's coordination with Brian, coordination with Mike, or like, sometimes I don't know who else has received invitations. So I'm curious to know about like staff capacity and how you would imagine that working out.
Yes, Mayor Alarcon. So that would primarily, fall on me for you as the council and for Nick or other assigned staff for their various boards that they're assigned to. Part of our weekly one-on-ones is always getting an idea of the events that you might be attending. Being able, Councilmember Nomura talked about the mayor in the past, possibly in a meeting like this, just discussing and looking around and going who would like to attend and having that there. But even recently, we've had it to where events have kind of come up and you might have been invited to something at somebody's house. And it's the meeting comes up before one of our council meetings. And so that's, I know, has been an issue. And like you mentioned, I don't always know who's been invited. And so we can't all necessarily call around and start asking, who is invited. And so have, to this point, really relied on those meetings and you all informing me, and then in consultation with Jenna, figuring that out, in terms of the work, wanting to protect the city and this council. The work is just something we would have to do. Of course, having something that's less administration than more is always appreciated. But I think we're here to just make sure that the reputation of the city and you all as a council is protected.
Yeah, real quick. Carpinteria is a small city, so there's always going to be overlap specific. One suggestion I would make, if we do move in this direction, is the public perception, and that would be. It's going to happen more often than not that we would all be going to the same events. I would suggest, actually recommend, that Jenna and her team take a look at that and actually give us training on the Brown Act, because we may show up, as you say, it may be a private event, not with all of us not knowing what's going on. But what to avoid specifically, I've done quite a bit of the training on the Brown Act, those conflicts, and most of it was around subject matter that you would talk about. If it was business specific, then that's definitely a no-no. And if we're trained in what specifically is business part of it, what is a potential public perception of violations of the Brown Act, all of the above, I think that would be definitely, it should be included in this as part of that. And that would be specific training by our legal counsel on what to avoid, what would be crossing a line on the Brown Act, because, again, that's all in part of our certification.
Councilmember Nomura, through the mayor, great suggestion, and maybe that's even a good, to put some tips. If we do move forward with developing a policy, we could have a tips section in the policy as well, so that everyone is familiar with the policy, as well as tips if you were to find yourself a quorum of you at some sort of event.
Correct.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, public perception also, like, on the flip side, like, maybe we have some instruction of language so that thinking about it this way is, like, let's say a passionate group invites us to an event, but we come up with this plan, which means one of us wouldn't be able to attend, being able to say, like, have some language that we could respond with so that it doesn't appear that we're less engaged. And I think that's a great problem to have, right? That everybody wants to participate, but just feeling like public perception of, like, oh, that person is not engaged with being in these events the way the other people are. Like, I don't know how to really say that effectively, but I think you get what I'm saying, so.
Just for clarification, should we be giving feedback now about what our recommendations are? Should we do that now?
Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, I'd recommend that if all of your questions have been answered, if we can open up to public comment, and then we can come back and have a discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. No other comments? We'll go ahead and open up public comment. We have a speaker slip coming. Rogelio Delgado.
Thank you, Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. Believe me, as I was stepping up, I'm confused about the Brown Act. And I have read it for years. I've been a politician. I've been to seminars. And after hearing what you have just said and what our city attorney said, I'm confused. But anyhow, this is what I can think of. What if three of you show up? A coincidence at a wedding. Do you have to sit at different tables? Or three of you can sit along with the seven other people? That's a social gathering. Where were you? I just wouldn't comment anything at all. Just be there and talk about the wedding, and that's it. Now, a lot of our Carpinteria residents have not read the Brown Act. And I don't blame them. They don't have to. But it would be helpful if they would read it. That way, they should familiarize with what we are talking about. Now, this Brown Act was just revised, amended as of 4 months ago. That's even more rules. We have 5 districts. For example, Monica, I consider yourself an authority at Alisa schools, and because you're there. But let's say that there's an event at your school. Can anybody else show up instead of you? I don't know. But anyhow, I think that the Brown Act, it's basically about ethics. I think that it will be up to each one of you to comply as close as possible to the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Brian?
We do. We have one speaker, Exie Van Antwerp.
Great, thank you.
Exie, go ahead.
Hi, this is Alexandra Exie Van Antwerp, and I'm just calling to check, does this also to confirm that it applies to the Planning Commission?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes Zoom public comment.
Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for additional discussion.
Mayor Alarcon, if I can jump in just in response to the virtual public comment. One, confirming that Ms. Van Antwerp was calling and providing a comment as a member of the public. And then the question that she asked whether or not such a policy would apply to the Planning Commission. The Brown Act applies to the Planning Commission, but it's up to your council whether or not we would want this policy to apply to the Planning Commission. Just if I may give a recommendation, it really depends on sort of what the policy says, I think. We could have a general policy and then have a policy for city council and then a policy for other legislative bodies within the city that is maybe more general. For example, the Planning Commission doesn't staff other committees like the city council does. And so if you were to move forward with that approach, it may not apply as cleanly to the Planning Commission or the ARB or other legislative bodies within the city.
Right, any other public comment?
Mayor, that's it for Zoom comment.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So I had a question on
Yes.
the last thing. Would it be a violation of Brown Act if members from multiple boards were together and they all had a specific project or issue coming before them in the future? So like you had, it's a birthday party and there's 2 council members and 1 planning commissioner.
Councilmember Clark, through the mayor, potentially, likely, yes. This is where it really depends on the facts. So, I don't want to suggest that the creation of a policy would take out all, would Michael and I would just throw our hands up and say, look at the policy, we're not going to look at this. We'll still be very involved and make sure that we agree and we don't see any red flags. But also, I think it's not realistic to expect a policy to cover all of the potential situations that may arise. Great question, though.
Yeah, again, I see this if you had the points that we just talked about, I would say coaching points on when that crosses the line. That one instance that usually stands out is the potential for lobbying, and that would be within different groups. So that could be something that would influence the decision makers, and that could happen all the way down from BRB, who are just advisors, all the way up throughout. So I think that would be something that legal counsel would probably include in there, or will include in their guidelines.
Well, I would say that I think it's good for us to pursue some kind of policy. Otherwise, it seems like whatever staff workload it would create, it would also take away some of the current workload of kind of following up individually with everybody for different events and then needing to keep, doubling back and making sure that everybody was on the same page. So I like the idea of going forward with the policy. The only one that, to me, out of hand, seems like something I wouldn't support would be the first come, first serve approach, because I think in the interest of equity, some people, not me, but some people have jobs where they can't be at their computers or, accessing their email on a regular basis. Like maybe they can check it after work, or if a future council member, or current one works at night and they can't, check in until the next day. I just think that would be, it would really favor individuals who have extreme access to their email. So that would be the only one that I would really not be comfortable with.
I'd just like to make a comment. It's a good problem to have. We haven't had this before where we had people this engaged. So it's a good problem to have, in my opinion. I think it's great. Prior to this, it was mostly just social events that we would all turn up for. So, again, I do agree that we should probably set some sort of policy just to back up, make it short, easy, quick. And again, I think a lot of this is going to be specific to training points.
Yeah, I mean, I support a policy, and I also will follow all of your lead mostly here. I think I do really see the benefits to. I see the benefits to having the mayor or the vice mayor at these events. I think there's an expectation that they're there, and then on the other side, I really do see a big benefit to having, we're on these committees, having our expertise sort of be there. There's a lot of benefit with both of those. And I do agree with the vice mayor that a first come, first serve doesn't really work in our instance or situation. But I also, I think a rolling list is a good idea. I just worry that is actually a lot more work for everyone to keep track of that. So those are my thoughts.
And I like going by subject matter, but then I think about the event that kicked all this off was the state of the city. And I don't know what subject, that could apply to all of us. We'd all want to know the state of the cities, in the region. So I like the idea of determining by subject matter, but I think there's a lot of these types of events that aren't necessarily going to neatly fall into categories.
If I can jump in, I really appreciate, Vice Mayor Solorzano through the mayor. Great conversation. I think you're providing staff with a lot of really helpful direction, and just a reminder that we can do, they're not mutually exclusive. So they can be, subject matter isn't always going to fit, or there might be 4 of you that fit the subject matter. So there's still going to be some subjectivity, but at the same time, that could help guide at least, Michael and Brian's job. So that could be one piece of it. And we could also, this isn't the last time we'll be able to discuss this as well. So I think our intent for next steps are to put together a draft and then bring that back, with the idea being that it's not necessarily the final, but it's really additional discussion.
Yeah, I think in terms of moving forward with a policy, I think that I'm in favor of a policy that there's still like some room in there that's not so black and white. I think what people have mentioned is that there's going to be so many different opportunities that might not fit in with these categories. But I think I am a proponent of the attendance based on subject matter. I think that's really important. I think so much of us are on committees, and when we're exposed with more information, that makes the work that we do on those committees stronger. And then in terms of like mayor, vice mayor priority, I think in some instances, and I'm sure Councilmember Nomura and Councilmember Clark, when they were mayors, there were just there tended to be more requests for speaking engagements. So some of that just happens naturally. And then I think in some cases, although first come, first serve, I don't know that that's always like best case scenarios, but then there might also be opportunities that just come up and council member happens to be in the office, and maybe they're not necessarily the subject matter, but an opportunity arose and they have the opportunity to attend. So I don't know. I think it would be nice to have a policy, but I think we're still going to be in the same boat that we're in. And then in terms of Julia's point, which was, I don't want the community to make it seem as if like council members are less engaged just because there's, not that we don't have the opportunity because of this policy, it limits who can do what and when. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but.
That's why I think the guidelines are important.
Yeah.
And we can make some judgment calls on that, especially with social events. I think that's good.
Yeah, and I actually, in thinking and like hearing what everyone's saying, there is this other opportunity, which is like, let's just say we have this, guideline and plan, but Councilmember Nomura is like, Michael, this is really important to me that I come. That would be, I'm certain that we would be able to work through it. So it's not like the policy just says that's it, done, So, just understanding that we have like guidelines helps us get down the road a little quicker.
And we may have a prioritized list. So the ones that you have there, you would have 1, 2, 3 different steps. So if, for example, 1 is subject matter and you got 4, then you go to the next one there for the second decision. That might be something else and then also just to let the council know, mayor, vice mayor is important, but you have to realize that the vice mayor usually becomes the mayor. So I think it should be mayor and maybe somebody else that we want to do that way, because the vice mayor will have their chance as the mayor's sitting seat. Again, something to think about.
Also interested in if there was any feedback on council discussing this at meetings, because one of the other things is that this could only apply to meetings when we don't have time to discuss this as a group. And that could always be step one, would be that, when we know about an event like State of the City, that's months in advance, you all could discuss it as a council, and only in those events where it's not until the meeting's going to occur before the next council meeting, or the RSVP for the meeting occurs before the next council meeting, that we would have to do that. Of course, that leaves you all, again, to kind of figure it out, but the policy would still exist and you could use it for guidelines, even though it wouldn't be a requirement. So just interested in your feedback on that aspect of it. Again, we'll bring it back as a draft and nothing firm, but interested in how the council feels about that.
I mean, I think that makes sense for those larger, when we have an opportunity to discuss who would attend. I think that makes sense to do it in the public space.
And I guess similarly too, I think I would be comfortable, and I think staff already does this, with making sure that all council members know about an event. So even if something were to come up like that day, I would feel uncomfortable if whoever happened to be closest to the news was given the opportunity to decide. In the interest of kind of fairness, I would want there to be, information shared with all of us first, which, you're very good at, Brian's very good at making sure that happens. Just because some people are able to be more available than others. And I want to be cognizant of that.
And lastly, I think it's important that we take a look at social events. We've had quite a few of those come up recently, and it's that time of the year where we give recognitions and awards out. And knowing that, I think guidelines, again, would be important to have, but I would encourage the policy to try and be as inclusive as possible to get everybody where we can come. So there may be ways where we could, I would say, relieve the Brown Act by having specifically people, us going by ourselves, sitting separate, making that point. But your checklist, your guidelines would be part of that one. So this way, even if we do all show up for an event, we know exactly which lines we should not be crossing.
Yeah, that's probably the really important thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because being a small town is going to be a lot of times where you just learn that there's something from somebody, and you don't, it's not necessarily something that comes through the city filter. And so 3 people just show up. And so if that's the case, what's the protocol?
And I guess that's why it's important for us to be telling Michael or Brian about the things we intend to go to, right? Because usually we know more than 24 hours in advance if we're going to go to something, right? So I guess, like, to your point, Michael, I think having that practice is something that will probably help to preclude some of those exact events of 3 people showing up unbeknownst to the other.
If I can jump in, I think this is a very interesting discussion, and Vice Mayor Solorzano through the mayor, council members Nomura and Clark, a lot of kind of great questions and discussion. Generally, I think, yes, please notify Michael or Brian about any events. I mean, not like a family birthday party, a community, if it's a truly social or ceremonial, a birthday party, something like that, a 4th of July party, I don't think we need to be notifying Michael of that. And then it's really just being very aware if a quorum of the city council were attend, please, the best practice there is to not sit or congregate together, because it's so easy for someone else to come up and ask about something going on at the city, and then you all discuss it, right? And you're inadvertently violating the Brown Act. But a lot of these other community events, and Vice Mayor Solorzano, I think that's what you're referring to, those really, I do think, should be brought to Michael and Brian, because those are the types of events that it may not outwardly seem like it would violate the Brown Act, but that's where because we are a small community, a lot of community events or community gatherings are focused on a discussion or focused around a discussion that does fall within the city's jurisdiction. That is, community-based, political, whatever it is. So those are the types of events I do think we should all just be really careful about. And just to, I heard Councilmember Mayer, you're kind of concerned about how do you not attend these events and still, show that you're engaged. And I think really one of the answers is that this is a policy, and these rules are in place to foster, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the word. It starts with a T. Transparency, sorry, to foster transparency and faith in the process. So all of the city business does occur in front of the public where the public can come and be a part of it and have their voices heard. And so it's not that you're not interested in something, you just want to make sure that, people have faith in the city council and in the decisions that the council made, and faith that their voice is heard and that they have an opportunity to have a voice.
Just to add one more thing, not related to that, but in terms of communicating to the council, there are times when, if an invite comes to us, we want to make sure that all gets out to the council. But there are times where it's more difficult because I'm only made aware of the event through a council member. And perhaps that particular council member was invited for a reason and didn't invite all the other council members. And it's not necessarily, I'm not able to invite the rest of the council members. So there are some exceptions, at least right now, where I don't always share every event when it comes to a council member, but I do always try to encourage, if that's open for everybody, and try to get that out. But there are some instances like that.
Thank you. Okay. Do you all have the information that you need to move forward? Or would you like us to?
Mayor Alarcon, council members, I appreciate the discussion. I think we have some good direction and comments to take back and start developing a policy, and then bring you back some different ideas.
Great, thank you. So I'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to receive the staff presentation regarding development of a policy for council member attendance at events where Brown Act limitations may apply based on the direction and comments provided by council members.
Second.
Great, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. So before we move on to item number 12, I'll just ask for a 5-minute break. Thank you. Hello all, and welcome back to the May 12th, 2025 City Council meeting. The next item on our agenda is number 12, which is the third quarter department reports for the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget.
Yes, Mayor, Council, community members, happy to provide our third quarter reports. It's hard to believe that we're already a third of the way through the year. So we have a PowerPoint for you, and each of the departments will come up, and they're going to highlight a few different things. So first, we have an executive summary that's designed to be something, hopefully, that the community could read and get a good understanding of what was accomplished over the third quarter, perhaps what was not. There's key highlights there that are in bullet format. We'll touch on some of those, maybe not all of them. There's a lot more detail in the written report that I encourage people to look at. We'll touch on a financial summary, any major expenditures that were made, any variances, and then also, as part of council's commitment to community engagement, we touch on that as well, and we talk about any community outreach or engagement efforts that we had, if we've received any feedback, and what our feedback to that was. These things vary across the departments. Some departments like recreation get a lot of fun outreach and engagement efforts. Others like finance, maybe not as much. So you'll notice that there is some variation in the length of those sections across the departments, and that's okay. The program reports themselves touch on the funding sources for each of the programs. We are a program-based budget, so all of our budget is organized around that, and so is our reporting. So you know exactly how much a program is costing. We also touch on its alignment with council policy. Sometimes that's also broader in its state and federal mandates and those sorts of things. And then we also highlight the department's strategic goals and objectives that were set for each of these goals or state federal mandates. So I'm going to start off just by touching on our general government team, and then turning it over to our Assistant City Manager, Ryan Kent. So our executive summary is focused on transparency, fiscal sustainability, community engagement, and organizational development. Some of our key accomplishments were successfully facilitating our city council goal setting, some of our advanced cost recovery initiatives, like things like the AB 939 solid waste fees that we did recently, continued recruitment efforts, small teams, so every vacancy always matters. As you'll see in the general government report later, there was a number of things that were delayed or put on hold as we filled the program manager for emergency services and communications. And so a lot of those things are moving on now with those positions filled. So, and then strengthening staff development, that's developing a high-performing team at City Hall or within the city as a whole was one of council's goals for this year, and so we've invested a lot in our team and development. No major obstacles. We highlighted some obstacles there, but nothing major. Of course, staffing and vacancies and resource limitations are always some of our biggest issues. And what we're looking for in Q4 is our strategic planning. We adopted the policies. We adopted the goals and priorities, but now actually getting them approved with the budget so we know actually what we're doing, and then getting that turned into a document that we could actually distribute to the public is that next step. And then we're also working on policy updates, personnel updates. We have a lot of policies that are very, very old, and sometimes we have policies that are overlapping and can cause some confusion. So we're working on cleaning those up and continuing to expand our public outreach. So some of the milestones achieved, really exciting when we expanded our safe parking program. I know it was just a mighty 6, but being able to go from 6 to 12 is a big deal. Of course, our adopting our goals and priorities, and then Resolution 6370, where we establish our code of conduct to ensure orderly function at our city council meetings. Also, in collaboration with the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire District, we're currently engaged in efforts for the return of CERT, which is our Community Emergency Response Team. And so we're looking to get that back going for Q4. And then, of course, in addition to the retreat that we were able to successfully facilitate, we also adopted norms, values, and principles of governance. Some of the significant issues that we occurred were some time delays in our revenue activities that we were trying to do. There were some things that we really hoped to get done sooner, but because of timelines at the county and things related to tax rolls, there's some things that will not actually occur until next year. Limited staffing again and resources, which I touched on. I also touched on some of the outdated overlapping documents. One of the other things that we weren't anticipating is we were really looking forward to getting our Listos program back going again, and Listos lost one of their key, actually, I think their top position, which is now, to my understanding, filled, but they're still kind of getting going again. And so we're working closely with them and looking forward to getting the Listos program back going up again here. So upcoming priorities, again, I got ahead of myself a little bit, so I touched on us getting that strategic plan document going. We're working on planning for the state of the city. That won't occur in Q4, but most of the planning and the hard work will occur in Q4. We're finalizing engineers' reports for our assessment districts, and those are the reports that actually look at, for those assessment districts, the amount of value or benefit that different parcels get and what the cost should be for those. So we're looking at those related to some of our outdated assessment districts. We're continuing to expand our staff training offering. So we're looking to put together an entire calendar, and that's slowly coming together. HR has just been working a lot to help with our training and providing things in-house as well, which also includes their internal procedures manual. I know this stuff isn't very exciting, I think, to a lot of people, but for us that are looking to make decisions and things every day, these things are the bones of the organization. And then continuing to implement our cost recovery plans is probably one of the more exciting things that's occurring, and that we'll be talking to the public a lot in the months to come. Financial summary, it just happened coincidentally, I think, that we had our groups here today that received our community service support grant. So that's not all the money that we distribute, but that's what we distributed in this quarter. So exciting to see that type of investment, and no major financial changes or concerns. In terms of community engagement and outreach, so actually I didn't have much to change from last report, because I realized that I got a little bit ahead of myself and I reported last quarter on things that actually didn't occur until Q3, like our retreat. So that did occur in January. We continued social media engagement, and our new program manager, Julissa Briones, has just been working with Leah there and doing some really great things. The solicitation for our boards, commissions, and committees, I think we mentioned, and just as a reminder for the public, some of the highest number of applications that we've ever received. And then the AB 1234 ethics training, which is provided by Jenna and her team. In terms of community engagement, what some people may not know is that we open this to all of our neighboring legislative bodies, and we have people from the water district and the sanitary district and others that all come together and get to learn about these issues. And again, this is some of the repeat we did. This was in actually the last report, but this was from Q3. The City Council received several comments regarding the strategic plan, and all of these things were received and incorporated into our drafts that we have going. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Ryan Kintz, to lead us through some of our other programs.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, council members, mayor. So on our city administration program, we did have the department goal of assist the city council to review, revise, develop the mission, goals, and priorities for your strategic plan. So as Michael mentioned, we did facilitate that strategic planning retreat on January 18th. That was, in fact, Q3, like Michael said. We also supported the adoption of your fiscal 25-27 goals, priority, norms, and values. That took place March 12th with your council. And then we also drafted the vision, mission, and values statement. The next step for this project is going to be drafting the actual document itself, the strategic plan document, with help from Leah Two Trumpets. Also, in city administration, we had the goal to take steps to address subsidies of city assessment districts to make the districts fiscally stable and sustainable. As Michael mentioned, we did have some delays here, which I'll describe now. But the actions that we did complete, which were on schedule, was to complete the preliminary engineers reports. And as Michael mentioned, those are the reports that has all the data and analysis that describes the amount that will be applied to those assessments for each parcel. The delays occurred because we have to submit the results of that process to the county, and then the county has to agendize that, and there's usually a delay on that agendized process for the county. So we weren't going to complete our steps until June, and then the county would have to agendize that in time for that to be put on the assessment rolls in early August, and so there was some time delay there. The second part of this is we did, after consultation with our city attorney and our consultant Wildan, who's assisting us with this project, we did observe that some outreach would be really beneficial in this process so that we can educate the public and the property owners, because a lot of them don't live here in town. Several properties that are owned here are owned by people that live elsewhere. So we want to conduct some outreach, some polling first to kind of gauge the community on what messaging would work well for this process. So this council will see those line items in this next year's budget. And so pending the council's approval of the budget, we will be completing those steps in early July and August so that we can get this on the tax assessment rules for fiscal 27. So we do understand there's some delays here, but we want to get this right. And so that's why we're pumping the brakes and going through the outreach process so that we can at least say we did our best to really educate the public and the community to put our best foot forward in these assessment districts passing. Also, improve city's cost recovery to reduce program subsidies where appropriate. We did complete one phase of this, which was, as Michael mentioned, the AB 939 solid waste fees. That's going to bring in the additional $280,000 of revenue for us, which is a big boon to the city. We also presented to the council in March in conjunction with PRCS the cost recovery plan to the finance committee, and that ultimately came to the council, but that wasn't until Q4, so we'll report that at the next quarterly update. And then the next steps, like I mentioned, is to bring those, which we already did, the cost recovery plan to the full city council.
And I apologize for all the acronyms. Sometimes it's needed for space, but PRCS being Parks, Recreation, and Community Services.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Another goal of ours in city administration was to research options to increase revenues and present to council. So we've been working really closely with our finance committee on this effort. We are envisioning a November 2026 ballot measure. We did get guidance from the finance committee to explore several revenue generation options. Next steps is going to be taking those ones that the revenue generation options that the Finance Committee highlighted and hiring a consultant to do a revenue analysis to identify how much each of those revenue measures would actually generate. And from there, we'll bring those numbers along with a full in-depth analysis to the full council in July to get some solid direction to proceed with the polling and the outreach for that process as well. And then another goal for us is under the commissions, boards, and committees. I'll take this for Brian. So goal was to engage the city council, the boards, committees, and commissions review committee to review and revise program standards, procedures, and processes. This was completed. As the council knows, February 3rd, we facilitated the council appointments to the advisory groups at special meeting, and then we also administered the oath of office to all of those members. We also did a lot to enhance employee development. Number one, we filled key positions. 5 full-time positions were filled. We are developing a full-scale rewrite of our conditions of employment, and we're converting that into a personnel rules and regulations. So what that means is we'll have all of our employee guidance and employee handbook in one document instead of 2. Right now it's in 2. And then finally, we're going to be drafting an employee satisfaction and benefits survey this quarter. Another goal of ours in risk management was to ensure comprehensive risk management practices to minimize the city's liability exposure. As was presented to the council and city manager's report, we did complete our injury, illness, and prevention plan update. So that was completed this quarter. We also did some analyses of claims root causes to reduce our premiums going into the new budget cycle. We identified areas where we could reduce our premiums. And then also we audited some contract terms to ensure that we're renewing our contracts in a timely manner. And then next steps will be our risk evaluation under the loss cap. That is happening actually this week. And then we're going to be implementing the IIPP and then finalizing the property insurance listing. And then emergency preparedness, ensure community resilience and staff emergency preparedness. The biggest thing on this list is we hired our program manager, Julissa Briones, who's already hit the ground running and already doing a fantastic job in this regard. She's also engaging, as Michael mentioned, in planning efforts to lay the groundwork for the return of our CERT program to Carpinteria. And tomorrow night we have our first event for the CERT program. And then finally, in community promotions, enhancing public communication and engagement with all residents and demographics of the city. This is on track. Again, we hired our program manager. She drafted some citywide branding guidelines, which we're going to be adopting this quarter. And then she's also working really closely with our Latino community to build a strong relationship with them as she moves forward with her outreach plans. And that's finally, sorry, we have one more to enhance the local law enforcement communication and community policing efforts. The council knows, we're providing the monthly law enforcement reports. They scheduled the elder scam presentations in both English and Spanish. Those did take place, which took place in actually Q4, and then participation in the quarterly all-staff meeting, and then also the weekly meetings with the ACM. Next steps is to continue communication and engagement efforts. We're working on Coffee with a Cop. As you know, we're doing the e-bike presentations, as he mentioned tonight, and then we're going to be considering the development of some more formal citywide engagement efforts with the sheriff. So that is it for general government, and we're happy to answer any questions.
And we're happy to answer any questions, not just on these slides, but any of the items within the report.
Great. Thanks for mentioning that, because some of my questions are about the staff report and not the slides. But the first one was mentioned in the slides. You mentioned that the Listos program was on hold for the moment, and knowing that that's a really important program for the community, is there any sense of a timeline? It sounds like somebody was maybe recently hired in that role, but do we know when that might be back active again?
Yeah, through the Mayor and Vice Mayor Solorzano, I'm going to invite up Julissa Briones to answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Councilmember Solorzano through the mayor. So the Listos program is on hold right now. They've been going through a lot of organizational changes, but someone has been filled to lead through that coordinator role. It's Anthony Rodriguez through the food bank, and he's also very, very involved with CERT as well. So it seems like a really great fit, and we have been in communication and getting it back up and running, especially in our city. But it's going to take him some time, obviously, to get himself, acquainted with the program and kind of lay the groundwork. But we are in close communication with him to do so. I'm really hopeful that it'll be back in the fall of this year. But we're really using this summertime to really lay that foundation.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful context. I appreciate that. Then my second question is, I had received a constituent inquiry about the status of the economic profile that's on our website. So I had looked it up. It's under the business tab, and it looks like we have the report. The only thing on that page is a report for 2023, and I wasn't sure if there was plans to have updated information or any other information on that site?
Yeah, through the mayor, Vice Mayor Solorzano, it's a great question. So, in fact, despite the fact that it's 2023, it's actually at least not old by our historical standards in that it's been a biennial report, and so the next report wouldn't come until the fall of this year. With that, the Economic Vitality Committee has been considering other ways to use those funds that we've used for that report. If the council may recall, when Mark Sneep, who came to give that presentation, it was a couple months until we were able to get him on a council agenda after that report was finished. And one of the things that was called out by one of our public commenters at the time is how some of the information from the presentation didn't match the report. And that kind of lets you know how fast the data was changing from the time that it was printed. And that doesn't necessarily apply to all the data, but what many cities and agencies are changing towards is more of like a quarterly report dashboard where they may not be receiving all of the information in one large report, but they're receiving it on a quarterly basis, different types of information that might be best suited for something that you would want to have right before the summer, or things that you might want to have, for the fall, different types of, I'm thinking like information related to housing might be really appropriate right before the city council goes into like a strategic planning session, for example, and you don't want to use 2023 data. So anyhow, we haven't made any decisions, or the committee hasn't made any decisions firmly on what we're going to do, but we are looking at different ways to utilize those funds, and happy for any of the committee members to add to that if there's anything that I missed.
I think it would be good to have updates on the website, whatever those look like, just so that it's not just the one document. That I hear what you're saying, that it's a 2-year process, but I think for sometimes when people are looking at it, they're feeling like that's all that there is for economic vitality, and I know that's definitely not the case. So I just wanted to ask that question. And then on the subject of the website, some feedback that I've gotten, and I think a lot of us have gotten this, is if there could maybe be like an interactive district map that could be like permanently under hot topics or something, so that people can find out whose district they're in and who represents them. We've been asked that, I know, several of us at different community events. So I think that would be great. I know that it's kind of hard to find on the city website, but the district's maps are available, but they're not very detailed in terms of even all the street names. So if that's something that maybe could be rolled into updates to the website, I think the community would be really grateful for that.
Yes, Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, I think that's something that we can add to our strategic plan for the coming year. I think there are some things that are related to maybe expensive programs, but we think that we could probably do something with an Excel file and some very basic things to get something up and going sooner rather than later, because you're right, we have received that feedback a number of times. There is a much better map on the website than when people Google it, but it still isn't very easy, and it doesn't tell you necessarily who your representative is. And so we'll work with our city clerk's office to get that scheduled for our strategic plan.
Thank you. Let's see, just one more question. That one of the parts of the staff report, it was to develop a structured professional development plan for all employees. And I just was curious what that might look like, just in case, for future employees of the city or even current ones who might benefit from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor, and I'll have our assistant city manager dealing more with our human resources can chime in. But it's really been about, first of all, it's about, it comes from the top in the philosophy of creating space for people to attend, trainings. There's times where people just feel so overwhelmed that they can't even imagine leaving their work for 3 days and coming back. So, part of this stuff is just philosophy and managing, workflow and the strategic plan, and all of these things kind of tie into that development piece, because we're monitoring our work and looking where we put it so that we're investing in our staff so that our strategic plan can keep advancing. But then also in terms of just providing a fully comprehensive plan, sometimes those things are very specific to the person in their industry, and they might be AEP for the planning groups, and it might be the Parks and Recreation Conference for those, but then there's other things that really apply to all city staff, and we're working with the California Joint Powers Insurance Authorities, CJPIA most commonly referred to, and that's a program that the city well, we pay for their insurance services, but their training is really just about how much we're willing to take advantage of. And so that is something that we don't think that we fully use to its fullest extent. And so we're working with them to put together a full training regimen, along with other things that we have access to, like Libra Cassidy, Whitmore. There's just a number of things that we have not been fully utilizing. And so HR is putting those all together in a not just a calendar, but then also strategically thinking about the staff, what our priorities are, and scheduling. So really excited about that. And if I missed anything, sounds like I did not.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Those are my questions.
Any other questions? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and the public. My name is Lisette Maldonado, and I will be providing the quarter three update for Administrative Services Department. Our executive summary here, the department remains dedicated to advancing the City Council's core goals with focus on fiscal sustainability, public engagement, and workforce development. Key initiatives include preparing for the fiscal year 25-27 budget, drafting vital policies like the credit card policy and supporting remote work. Although progress has been hindered by staffing limitations, the department is committed to fiscal responsibility and operational efficiency. Some of our key highlights for administrative services: successfully completed several key milestones, including the completion of the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 23-24, annual employee benefits updates, and the filing of 3 state controller reports. The team also finalized the fiscal year 24-25 mid-year budget review. We launched the 25-27 budget kickoff process and revised the city's budget and fiscal policy to support a 2-year budget cycle. In the upcoming quarter, priorities include developing the fiscal year 25-27 budget, drafting the budget document, and implementing new or updated city policies. The financial summary for the current quarter, total operating is $1.9 million, with a year-to-date expenditures of $1.1 million. There are no major changes or financial concerns at this time. Under financial management services, our goal has public outreach, education, and transparency to demonstrate compliance with best practices for budgeting and financial reporting. The department successfully completed all reporting requirements for this quarter. The key accomplishment includes the submission of the controller reports, and additionally, the department finalized the 23-24 annual comprehensive financial report under this goal, and no further. This goal is completed, and no further next steps. Under financial management services, we had a second goal: ensure the preparation and adoption of the balanced budget by June 30th, 2025, that aligns with strategic priorities and promotes fiscal sustainability, responsibility. The budget development process is currently on track for this quarter, and the process will continue with the development and the review of the preliminary budget, followed by the formal council hearings for presentation, discussion, and final adoption. Under Central Services Program, we have one goal to update outdated city policies and provide staff with training. No actions were taken this quarter. However, work is underway on key initiatives, including the cash handling policy, the travel policy, credit card policy, and the procurement manual. Under Management Information Services Program, provides resources to all staff to accommodate remote work. No actions were taken this quarter. However, general government has made progress in developing the policy. The next steps would include finalizing the policy and ordering the required equipment and software to support the remote work. And that concludes administrative services, if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Good evening again, Council. I freshened up the cover photo here with a new image for Q3. It's my big change here to my slideshow. Third quarter was another busy quarter for community development, continuing to prioritize making headway on several of the City Council goals, including accommodating growth while preserving the city's small beach town character, strengthening community collaboration, ensuring fiscal sustainability, and investing in a high-performance team. Some of our key initiatives continue to be pursuing some of the long-range planning goals that have been on the council's agenda, improving customer service through process improvements and information sharing, and filling departmental vacancies and investing in staff through ongoing professional development. Key highlights from this past quarter include certification of our housing element from HCD back in January, expansion of the safe parking program from 6 vehicles to 12, which Michael had already hit on, successful recruitment and hiring of Mitch Perkins as our chief building inspector and plans examiner in February, and then conditional certification of the housing element zoning amendments by the Coastal Commission in March. The really only significant departmental challenge that we encountered last quarter was the loss of our principal planner, which, spoiler alert, as you know, we have since resolved with the hiring of Brett McNulty. Relatedly here under some of the upcoming priorities for Q4, we've actually already completed several of these that we're making significant headway to wrap up the rest of them. So we're looking good for knocking out our priorities here for the final quarter of the fiscal year. In terms of the financial summary, really the only thing I have here to report is that our revenues related to building permits and planning projects continues to outperform the budget projections for the year. And this is in spite of the fact that our building permit fees continue to be well below market rates for what our neighboring jurisdictions are charging. And so going forward, this is something that we're looking at and trying to commission a fee study update to bring our building permits more in parity with neighboring jurisdictions. In terms of community outreach or engagement, there's a couple things here I just wanted to highlight. I think probably, the one that I think is most significant in terms of a success story is our ongoing engagement and work with the county on making changes to their cannabis regulations. So, we've put years into attending these meetings, writing these letters, lobbying the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, so on and so forth. And finally, just in the end of this past quarter, we made some significant headway and got traction from all of the board members. I think it was a unanimous vote, in fact, to go back and strengthen their odor control regulations for indoor cannabis cultivation, which is specifically intended to address the types of odor problems that have been plaguing the Carpinteria Valley. So that was, I think, a great kind of success story where all that work finally paid off after 8 years of banging our head against the wall. The other item on here I just wanted to highlight was that since bringing Mitch Perkins on board, we've received positive feedback. The building community is liking him. They're working well with him. We've gotten kudos from a number of our contractors that that's working out well. And so is our ongoing use of consultant services to help back Mitch up and supplement his services. Moving on to the actual program pages here under CDD administration, the bulk of this work continues to be on staff development and finding ways to improve staff capacity and productivity through software tools. And across the board here, we continue to be on track. We had another quarter where all members of CDD attended at least one training or conference. And we're starting to narrow the field down on some of the permit platforms that we're looking at for migrating our building permit and planning case management too. So that involves getting updated proposals from some of the vendors, updated quotes, and starting to narrow that down to our top finalists here with the goal of being ready to select our pick by the end of Q4. And then relatedly, as mentioned, was trying to work towards, was I behind?
No, it was just, it's an animation that hadn't
Oh,
appeared.
okay. You snuck that in on me. I didn't know I had animation in there. And then the last one was, again, trying to get all the pieces in place to pursue a building permit cost of services study here in the next upcoming fiscal year. There we go. I'm on top of you now with the animation. Moving on to advanced planning. As mentioned, the big actions here this last quarter was certification of the housing element and Coastal Commission approval. We are also getting ready to release the general plan update for public release. That's targeted to happen later this month or early in June. And then, I guess the other kind of next step here was finalizing the housing element rezones, but as you know, we already wrapped that up in April, so that one's already done for Q4. Under the housing program, as already mentioned, we expanded the safe parking program to 12 vehicles, and Ryan and I will be bringing something back to your council soon to then renew that contract to carry on past the end of the pilot program term. We've also been working to build out some information materials on the city website and on social media related to the rental housing mediation program. And where I think we're already starting to see the benefits of that because we are seeing increased participation compared to last year. And we're working with RHMP staff right now to start to plan for one or more actual in-person, kind of educational events that we could hold here in the city where folks could come and learn more about what RHMP does and how it might be of benefit to them. And then finally, we have a draft of our next kind of housing element implementation ordinance, which would relate to special needs and supportive housing regulations. And so we hope to be ready to bring that to hearing here in Q4. Under development review and building, again, the kind of big news here was getting Mitch Perkins onboarded and up and running. And we're working with him now to look at some trainings that we can send him to help support him and help continue to expand his areas of expertise related to his role. We're continuing to work on trying to improve the business licensing program. So we've got a little bit of a internal working group that's trying to go through some process improvement exercises. We're continuing to have regular check-ins with our vendor and look for where they can improve their workflows. And so this is an ongoing kind of iterative exercise, but we are making some headway here. And then again, the permit platform research, which I've already hit on. Under code compliance here, the big efforts recently have been starting to prepare some of the outreach materials in anticipation of the multifamily smoking ban going into effect on July 1. And so now that we have some of those materials developed, we're starting to actually launch them. So you'll see more of that coming here in this quarter of getting that information out onto social media, trying to work with Coastal View News to do a little blurb about it in an upcoming issue. We're also looking at putting some educational materials onto the city website that landlords could download and then use to distribute or use in their properties. We also provided an update to your council on live entertainment, and we're continuing to improve and refine on the code compliance quarterly reports. The other item here that we have for next steps, and this might carry over into next fiscal year, is developing and finalizing a set of code compliance officer safety standards. And this is really intended to help provide some policies and procedures for our code compliance officers and to make sure that they have guidelines for how to operate safely in the field given the scope of their duties. And then finally, under animal control, we've been trying to ramp up enforcement as much as we can on off-leash dogs, knowing that that's been kind of a priority for the community. And so we did see an increase in our off-leash dog contacts. Admittedly, it's still modest, but we're doing our best to get out there and to educate folks and bring them into compliance. We had 2 domestic birds that were successfully rehomed this last quarter. So that was kind of an interesting one. We're not equipped to handle birds typically, but we were able to figure out a way to get them rehomed without too much delay. And kind of related to that, and I'll be sharing more about this soon, but we've also been working on a way to improve our advertising outreach related to lost pets and adoptable pets. And so I'll be sharing more about that in the upcoming city manager's report for the next council meeting. And next steps here, we're continuing to strategize and look for ways to bring back that additional code compliance officer. Budget-wise, that's looking like a challenge, but we're gonna keep thinking about it. And if we can't do it next year, then we'll be aiming for it for the second year of the next upcoming 2-year budget. And then as part of the building permit platform, we're also looking to migrate things like dog licensing and entertainment licenses and some of the other business licensing that we do onto a new platform that should hopefully also improve efficiency and compliance there. And then finally, we are still looking to execute an agreement with the Humane Society for supplemental animal control support. So this is really kind of an idea where once we've held the dog for the 72 hours that we're required to hold a dog for, we could then hand it off to the Humane Society and they would take over the work of getting that dog rehomed to a permanent home. And they're better equipped to do that than we are, so this I think would be a great benefit for the animals and for us. And then kind of tying back to that code compliance officer safety standards, we want to make sure that both of our officers have at least a basic level of training with animal control safety or animal control officer certification. So we're trying to get both of our officers certified with that as well. And that concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, a couple questions. So for the code compliance officer, knowing that it might be a heavy financial ask, is there any idea about having maybe a part-time, even though full-time would be the goal, but is it something where a part-time position could be helpful, or is it that what we would want that third position to do would be beyond maybe what a part-time code compliance officer could do?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Solarsano, it's a good question. It's something that we've kind of thought about briefly, but haven't really fully developed in terms of what we could achieve with a part-time officer or how that might plug in programming-wise or scheduling-wise. I think it's something we can continue to look at. I think the first part of it really just comes down to budget and whether that's even on the table.
Yeah, I appreciate knowing that, just in the hopes that maybe even if we can't get exactly what we want in a third full-time compliance officer, if maybe we could find some way to get more help to that department, so or that office. And then in terms of this is not with the presentation, but this was in the staff report. You had mentioned in the staff report that there's going to be, you guys are going to be beginning work on the STR, the short-term rental ordinance update. What updates have to be made at this point for the STRs?
So there's a couple of updates that, there's a couple of updates that we're looking at. The one that we for sure know we want to pursue is an increase to the fines and penalties for short-term rental violations. So there was a change made to state law a year or 2 years ago now that allows local jurisdictions to substantially increase their fines on short-term rental violations from what they currently are. I think right now, we're on a $100, $200, $500 kind of schedule for citations, and I think under the state law, the first fine jumps to something like $1,500. So it's a substantial jump that would be hopefully a lot more meaningful in discouraging folks from operating illegal short-term rentals. So we for sure, have that one prioritized and kind of plugged in on our to-do list here to get to in the near future. The other one that we're looking at but haven't settled on yet is there's an opportunity to create an agreement or a partnership with some of the short-term rental hosting platforms, so the Airbnbs or VRBOs out there, whereby they would be responsible for making sure that anybody wanting to advertise on their platform has a license from the local jurisdiction before you could put an ad up. And then the hosting platform would also be then responsible for collecting the TOTs and remitting those back to the city. Presumably, they would get to keep some percentage for themselves, and that's what the trade-off would be. City Glida had done it not too long ago, so we're taking a look at what they went through and how that's working out for them and deciding if there's a benefit in pursuing something similar here.
That's interesting. Thank you. And then my last question is, in the staff report, it was mentioned that CDD is going to continue looking at the Dignity Moves organization to see about like the tiny houses set up for unhoused individuals. I remember when we had a presentation or a tour by them up in Santa Barbara at one of their properties, they had mentioned that it only works for them to have a little tiny home community if there's a certain threshold of like a number of houses that's met. Where are we in terms of what our kind of point in time count is? Does that measure up with what would be needed for Dignity Moves to partner with us?
Councilmember Slarson, it's a good question. I don't remember all the particulars of this. My kind of vague recollection was that Dignity Moves has sort of a minimum size of, let's say, 25 units that they need for these types of programs to kind of financially pencil. And based on past point-in-time counts, that may have been, a little ambitious for us to necessarily be able to fill with just, unhoused folks from Carpinteria or that are in Carpinteria. However, this last point-in-time count, which is, now a little bit more than a year old, emphasized trying to make contact with and do a better job of counting individuals that were living in their vehicles. And so we saw our number increase quite a bit. And so if some of those folks are also interested perhaps in transitioning into, something like a Dignity Moves type of project, then, yeah, there may be the potential that we could, fill a tiny home village with just folks that are already residing in Carpinteria.
That's good to know. It's such an exciting idea. So thanks for that additional information. So those are my questions.
I have a quick question about the online permitting and licensing, which I'm thrilled to hear is coming, and I'm sure you are super thrilled to hear is coming. So if we finalize the selection in this Q4, when do you think we can expect it to be rolled out?
Through the mayor, council member, mayor. So each of these vendors has a little bit of a different program, but I would say they all have several months of lead time that they need. So like the folks who we've been working with the most that are, kind of our front runners, if you will, they need anywhere from 4 to 6 months of lead time to get these different modules up. And the more modules that we add, the longer their lead time. And so, what we're kind of looking at doing or trying to do is to, whoever we end up going with, prioritizing getting the building permit module up and running first. The others can come online at a later time, and it doesn't have as critical of an impact on our day-to-day operations and functioning. But the intention would be to get the new building permit platform in place and operational before our current annual subscription on our existing platform expires again, which I think comes up in maybe February of next year. So we've got some time, but we do need to get moving.
That's great. And I have another question, and I apologize if you already have talked about this and I don't know it, is, I was here when we finalized the housing element, which is so exciting in January, but what is coming with that? Like in the next years, I know that it goes through 2031 if I'm not mistaken, but is there another benchmark that we're going to be looking at or that we're going to need to sort of be thinking about?
So the way to think about the housing element is that it's a plan, right? It's the plan for how we're going to try to accommodate the RENA allocation that we receive from the state, and then also, what we can do to remove either constraints or roadblocks that get in the way of encouraging housing development, or what we can offer in the way of incentives or support to try to help facilitate it. And so there's a number of implementation programs outlined in the housing element, and we're chipping away at, bringing those to your council and getting those ordinances adopted or those new programs put in place one by one. And so that's going to carry throughout the entire housing element cycle. And ideally, right, even if we get through all those, then the new housing element will start, and we'll be back to figuring out additional new implementation programs to put in place. So, right, like this year, I think here coming up soon, we'll be coming back with updates to the ADU ordinance and the density bonus ordinance. Following on the heels of those will be the supportive needs and special needs housing ordinance. We need to come back with updates to the inclusionary housing ordinance. So there's a bunch of these, kind of work programs in place to keep us busy for the next several years at least.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Nope. Okay, thank you for your report.
Sustainability of the city, which is your goal number 3, and that actually also applies to capital projects. So capital projects, our strategic goal is to increase capital project revenues, and the 2 bullet points that are under major milestones achieved applies to 2 capital projects that we're trying to look for grants to. One of them we actually received confirmation of $270, $342,270 from the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 12. And that's towards the Carpinteria High School area crosswalk safety improvement project. So that's a big win for us, especially this is prior to hiring a consultant for grant writing. So our own city staff, city staff, applied for this Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 12, was able to leverage that money. Now that particular project is fully funded. It seems nowadays rare where we're having projects that are fully funded, especially from outside funding. Albeit though, we are still providing local match money, but that is the traffic development impact fees. So it's still considered fully funded. Now, the Franklin Creek Trail Improvement Project, department staff applied for 2 grants from Measure A. They're the 2 competitive grants. I believe it's Cycle 6, Safe Routes to School program, and the Bicycle and Pedestrian program grants. We should be receiving this week the final results of the ranking of the South Coast projects. So cross our fingers on that one for Franklin Creek Trail Improvement Project. The key milestone here, or major milestone that's not mentioned, is your city council provided great guidance in the capital improvement plan study session in March 2025. So though not money's coming from there, it's actually guidance that put realistic criteria on capital projects. So that way city staff will be able to prioritize capital projects, and those capital projects will be presented to you or proposed to you in the upcoming budget session next month. Lastly, the third bullet point, adoption of 5% increase to AB 939 fees. So that was actually a particular accomplishment, not necessarily by city staff, but your city council recognized the need for that, and so did the rest of the community. There was no protest votes for that, so that easily got adopted. Significant issues or challenges encountered? Well, there's limited capacity staff capacity to complete projects. But with the CIP study session that your city council helped guide city staff, now we're looking at more of a capital projects that would be able to have staff work on. They may be small, but they're significant projects. So just think about it. Capital, I would say Carpinteria Avenue Bridge Replacement Project, that project. That's a big one. Upcoming priorities for next quarter, we'll start to continue to look for grant monies and looking for revenues for infrastructure projects. So that is a priority to us still. Yes?
Real quick, John, before you lose that page, the high school crosswalk project, do you have a time frame for that?
Yes, I do. Council Member Numero, Madam Mayor, council members, after Memorial Day weekend, the project is going to be put out to bid Tuesday, May 27. So at least we're going to put it out to bid. And then we're looking at a 3-week bid period, perhaps maybe a month, depending. Well, we monitor during the bid period prospective bidders, and if it doesn't look like we're getting paid, we'll extend the time frame, but that doesn't have to go to city council. So we're looking perhaps maybe June or July for award, hopefully an award of a contract. And that particular project should take us, don't quote me on this, I believe it's 120 working days, because there's also Caltrans right-of-way that we also have to get inspection approval from. And the county, if you recall, the county, we also have portions of the project is situated in county parcels. So we have to work with the two agencies, regulatory agencies, to get that project. But I believe it's 120 working days to get that completed. We will go through the school season, but we're going to be providing temporary traffic control to make it somewhat less inconvenient. But there will be inconvenience at times. Any questions on capital projects in general? Okay, so that's basically our key highlights. Financial summaries, though, like was mentioned by our city manager's office, benefit assessment districts, our fees are looking to be increased. Right-of-way, especially the right-of-way. I think it's the lighting, landscape, and right-of-way assessment district number 3. That's one of them, and the winter berm. So we're looking, we've started that in the third quarter, but we won't see that into fruition until next fiscal year, I believe. Major expenditures, your city council program funds or appropriated funds for an emergency project on Cheney Avenue because of groundwater seepage. So that was not a capital project or planned by. It was an emergency because the natural groundwater was kind of taking over that street. But it was completed in April, and so far so good. It looks like what we put in there, the subsurface drainage, is capturing that storm water or underground water and putting it into a nearby storm drain system. Nothing to report on any variance of budget or financial changes for this fiscal year. And with that, I'm open to questions.
I just had one quick question. In the staff report, there was mention of a small variance that in budget that had been intended for the community garden sprinkler system was then moved over to the community pool lights. And I just wanted to get a better understanding of what that community garden project originally was.
Yes, Vice Mayor. I believe what you're referring to is the community, or excuse me, in your staff report, there's the page under Public Works. Where is it at? It's under the Public Works Department main page, and it mentions in their variance, there's a bullet point, budget intended for community garden sprinkler system installation was utilized for replacement of community pools. So for clarification, sprinkler system is not landscape sprinkler. It's what you just mentioned, fire sprinklers. So fire sprinklers. So there was an initial budget to go into installing a fire sprinkler system to the community garden building. And that money was through a budget allocation to fund the community pool lights. So for clarification as well, the city staff conferred and got confirmation from the fire marshal whether the fire sprinkler system is of utmost importance for that community garden building. And there are other fire protection systems that could be in place. So one of them is the fire alarm system. So that fire alarm system we're looking at it as the more viable option, financial feasible option, because if you could imagine a fire sprinkler system, it's not just the pipes that go that are in the building. It's actually providing that water service that goes into that building. And there's definitely a financial constraint on us on that. So there's a lesser cost awesome, but just as almost effective. It's an alarm, but it's an automated alarm. It's not a smoke detector. It's an alarm and an actual automatic fire alarm system that goes to the fire department.
Well, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. That was my only question.
Okay.
No other questions?
Yes.
Thank you for your report.
Okay.
Good evening. Thanks, John. Tonight, I'll be presenting quarter 3 updates for Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. During quarter 3, the library onboarded our new literacy coordinator, which Jody spoke of earlier this evening, and Stephanie has already been able to complete new tutor training for 16 new tutors. Planning for the CARP Reads program took place and was launched on April 1st, the beginning of quarter 4. AgeWell continued to offer a number of programs, including Spanish language programming, and continues to collaborate with a number of community partners, including SBCC this quarter, which started a nutrition class for our AgeWell participants. Aquatics has been delayed in finalizing the staff policy and procedure handbook, but we expect it to be finalized here soon, as in this week, just in time for our pre-summer all-staff trainings at the beach and the pool. And then last but not least, in quarter 3, we hired and onboarded our program manager, Tori Cutbirth, who is supporting AgeWell, gardens, rentals, and much more. And very grateful to have Tori on the team. Priorities for quarter 4 include drafting a sponsorship, donation, and fundraising policy. There are a number of events that are planned and have already taken place for the CARP Reads program, and then the start of summer, which is a really busy time for the entire department. Budget-wise, we are on track with no major financial changes or concerns. This quarter, we spent a portion of our budget just getting ready for summer, buying supplies, materials to gear staff uniforms and the like. In regards to community engagement, our librarian, Eric Castro, went to multiple schools to lead and participate in family preparedness workshops. Jody has been publishing a quarterly library column and monthly book recommendations in the CVN. Jenna has promoted AgeWell at the Cycling Without Age panel at the Alcazar Theater, and she also attended Friendship Center's Healthy Aging Hub opening, CCP's All In for Kids breakfast, and she continues to work with the county on its master plan on aging. Joe at our community garden continues his monthly e-garden newsletter and has partnered with various schools and been providing them tours and some volunteer opportunities at the garden. And we also had a great call with staff from the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden and the Sustainability Division with Public Works to start talking about future partnerships and opportunities for collaboration and outreach. For our administrative division, thanks to Claire, we were able to add aquatics programs, special events, and field rentals to Rec Desk. That means that everything we do is now online on RecDesk, which is our recreation management software program. And we're almost completely done with paper applications, which is very exciting. But of course, people can still call or come into City Hall in person or at the pool if they need any in-person assistance with reservations, rentals, or sign-ups for programs. AgeWell continues to offer a number of programs for our seniors. They hosted the Veterans Commission quarterly meeting, hosted a volunteer appreciation event for volunteers throughout the entire department, hosted a very well-attended sock hop dance, and the first male longevity class series, which had over 20 participants in attendance. As mentioned, the library onboarded Stephanie, the new literacy coordinator, who's hit the ground running, getting the literacy program off the ground and has already trained 16 tutors. Work started on the library's strategic plan, as you all know, which with the help of a consultant has already held multiple working group meetings, visioning sessions, and community outreach. The strategic plan should be finalized at the end of this fiscal year and likely will be presented to City Council Q1 of next fiscal year. And the aquatics team is hard at work gearing up for summer. The pool hosted approximately 100 junior lifeguard swim tests, attended multiple job fairs, held staff trainings, and also beach and pool lifeguard certification classes. And summer planning continues this quarter, as well as, like I mentioned, we ordered all the necessary supply for junior lifeguards, and it's sure to be a really busy summer season. And that's it for my department, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Nope. Okay, no questions from our end. Thank you. All right. If there aren't any other reports on staff's end, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Anyone? Oh, yes. Rogelio, welcome.
Thank you. Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. I heard this phrase four times, different speakers. No major concerns for the current fiscal year. That's very good. That's something that the community wants to hear about. No major concerns. I'm happy also with public outreach. On social media, for example, newspaper, the Coastal View, you're there. Facebook, Instagram, I have seen you. You're everywhere. It's very good. That means that the community gets to know you, your name, your district. That's what transparency is all about, getting to know your people, your community. And the smoking ban is coming up. I think that it won't be easy for people to understand it or comply with it, but they will. They will. I mean, it's. I'm glad that finally the city has taken this approach, and we'll see how it goes. But I'll do my best to talk to people and let them know that it's good for themselves and for their families. Just hoping that we can get that additional code officer, even on a part-time basis. Believe me, we need it. And overall, I think that we are on the right track. And thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't have any other speaker slips. No one else in the audience? Nope. Anyone on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to receive and file the third quarter department reports for the fiscal year 2024-25 budget.
Second.
Here we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. We'll now move on to the legislative update.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon, council members. So the only legislative update we have this evening, excuse me, is a bit of a continuation of one of the bills that we discussed at the last city council meeting. And so this is a bill that was introduced by Carbajal, so it's a federal bill versus a state bill. And this bill would seek to permanently prohibit oil and gas leasing off of the coast of California. So it would not be retroactive, and meaning it wouldn't impact existing leaseholds, but it would prohibit any future leaseholds off the coast of California. So just in terms of status here, this bill was introduced in the House and referred to the House Committee on Natural Resources on April 10th, and it's still being reviewed in this committee. We don't have any more recent information. It is kind of interesting to note that Carvajal's bill is partnering with a pair of bills introduced in the Senate that aim to permanently block oil and gas drilling in both the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. So the combo package of legislation includes a bill referred to as the West Coast Ocean Protection Act, which was introduced by Senator Alex Padilla, and then the Clean Ocean and Safe Tourism Anti-Drilling Act, which was introduced by Senators Cory Booker and Jack Reed. So Padilla's bill would permanently prohibit new oil and gas leases for offshore drilling off the coasts of California, Oregon, and Washington. And then the Booker and Reed bill would permanently bar the Interior Department or any of its agencies from issuing leases for the exploration, development, or production of oil and gas in the North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, South Atlantic, and Straits of Florida. Sorry, my computer is dying, and Straits of Florida planning areas of the U.S. outer continental shelf. So at this point, I believe all of those bills are sort of moving together and they're stuck in committee. And at this point, it's really, we don't know how, thank you, we don't know how these bills will be revised in committee or their likelihood of success given the current makeup of Congress. We have placed a call with Carvajal's office to discuss the status of the bills and get any updates, and we do plan to continue tracking their progress. We're happy to report back to you when we have some updates or take direction to submit a comment either in support or in opposition to this bill whenever the time is the most appropriate. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? I'd be interested to get an update once you are able to get and communicate with his office.
Happy to bring that back.
Great. Okay. All right, we will go ahead and open up public comment. No speaker slips. Anyone on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands, and this is again for the, I'm sorry, not the closed session item yet. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of
Legislative
myself.
update.
No comment on Zoom.
I'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for the update. Next is committee reports, inquiries, and other matters presented by council members.
So the MTD board met on the 6th and talked about the service plan for FY 25-26. They also gave a financial update and third quarter review of the fiscal year 24-25, and then presented some updates to their staff employee handbook, among other topics. And that's the only committee report I have.
Thank you. Any other updates? I'm happy to share that the E-Conveyance Committee will have its first meeting in June, and then the committee with the Santa Barbara County will be meeting this week, Friday at 8 a.m. So,
The committee with Santa Barbara County.
yes.
First District Supervisor
Thank you.
meeting.
Oh, that's not really a committee.
Committee, let's see, what is it labeled here as? Joint and standing committees? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So next we will move into, we'll take public comment on the closed session matters.
Thank you, Mayor Alarcon. I'll announce
Yes.
the closed session. So we will be adjourning into closed session for a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to paragraph 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 of the government code for one case.
Great.
And Mayor, we have received no public comment either in person or on Zoom for this closed session item.
Great. I will go ahead and close public comment, and we will temporarily adjourn to closed session. everyone, and welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. We are back from our closed session. Report out.
Great, thank you. We were in closed session to discuss one case for anticipated litigation, and there's no reportable action.
Great, thank you. Okay, we will officially adjourn the meeting. Thank you. 10:44.